them actually do want to be locked down because the situation is actually messed up there.
I mean,
but
yeah,
it's not messed up here.
Yeah, I think that's the key word.
Yeah, exactly.
We've also vaccinated close to 70%. I think over 70% are 60 plus though.
UK, yeah. Oh, they're now. I think Northern Ireland today moved to 40 to 44, which is like insane.
No, but us, I'm saying like we vaccinated. I think 76% or something of 60 plus.
Oh wow.
It's
So
awesome.
like,
yeah, what's going on with Northern Ireland there? A little rioting going on?
So I have tweet alerts for James Hornock, who is the BBC Northern Ireland's like not political, like deputy political editor. My phone is just going off the like charts right now. It is a mess. Like I don't know what it is.
Oh, let me just admit the last person. And that person. Okay, we are good to go. So we are ready to go. Before we get started, Governance Manager, I know you wanted to say something, so McCall, feel free.
Thank you, Lauren. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me well? Lauren, if you can give me, okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So first, let me begin by saying thank you for being here. It's our last Legislative Council, and I just wanted to say a quick word before we begin the session today. So I wanted to say, first of all, thank you to our dais, so Wing and Lauren, for your hard work this past year. Wing has been working as the parliamentarian for the past 2 years, and Lauren has been a speaker since last year. So I wanted to say thank you to the two of you for your hard work, your collaboration, always being there for everybody, doesn't go unnoticed. Second, I wanted to say to the executives and the councillors and representatives that we have here today, thank you for your work on Legislative Council this past year. It was obviously, as we all know, very different and difficult year. It was very different to be online. It was very strange, but I think you all did an amazing job. It was lovely getting to know all of you, and I do hope we can continue working together sometime in the future. I also wanted to say thank you to the campus media, all of the students and members of the gallery who've been attending the past year. Whether you've been in the Zoom calls or watching the live streams, thank you for being here as well. And to all of you who participated in our Legislative Council, thank you for working very hard, doing consultations, and working to make SMU a better place for everybody. So I just wanted to say a quick word for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Nicole. And with that, we'll begin. We're going to begin, well, before that, welcome to the last Legislative Council of the year, everyone. We're going to begin by moving on to item 1 on the agenda, calling to order. So we'll begin by calling to order at 18:13. Moving on to item 2, the land acknowledgement. The SMU acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee nations. The SMU recognizes and respects these nations as the true and constant custodians of the land on waters on which we meet today. Further, the SMU commits to and respects the traditional laws and customs of these territories. Moving on to item 3, attendance. We'll begin with Councillor Collins, Arts. Present. Thank you very much. Councillor Crossick, Arts.
Je suis présent.
Councillor Smith, Arts.
Je suis présent, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Before proceeding further, I'll just note we do have a proxy, so when we reach your name, please indicate that you're a proxy. Spell your name for the purpose of the minutes, and your personal pronouns, and if you choose to do so. Councillor Collins, Arts. Sorry, Councillor Williamson, Arts.
Present.
Councillor Litvina, Arts and Science.
Present.
Councillor Mulvaney, Athletics.
Present.
Councillor Awan, Clubs.
Present.
Councillor Lee, Dentistry.
Present.
Councillor Bullhose, Education.
Present.
Councillor Kirksue, Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Reed, Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Ramey, Environment.
Présent.
Councillor Page, First Year Council.
Present.
Councillor Bonin, Law.
Présent.
Councillor Gunderman, Management.
Present, and I'm the proxy. Would you like me to spell it out loud or send it in the chat?
Spell it out loud, please.
Nathaniel, and then my last name is Saad.
And personal pronouns.
He, him.
Thank you very much. With that, Councillor Coonston, Management.
Present.
Councillor Juan, Medicine, I believe is late.
Présent.
Councillor Khododadi, Music.
Present.
Councillor Ge, Nursing. Councillor Morgan, PTOT. Councillor Nelson, Residences.
Present.
Councillor Fernandez, Science.
Present.
Councillor Sood, Science.
Present.
Councillor Zhang, Science. Senator Daryanani.
Present.
Persons,
Present.
Councillor Morale, Services,
Present.
Councillor Drew, Social Work is absent. SMU President,
Present.
VP University Affairs is absent. VP Student Life,
Present.
VP External,
Present.
and VP Finance.
Present.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item 4, adoption of the agenda. I'll note that we do have a confidential session this evening. However, given that we have individuals external to council coming to confidential session, I would ask that someone motions to amend the agenda to move directly into confidential session following the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Krosick,
So moved.
thank you very much. Can I have a second? I'll take VP External. Thank you very much. With that, I'll further ask if there's any further amendments to the agenda at this time. VP External,
Yeah. In the same vein of having staff present to discuss some of these motions, I'd like to move some of the new business motions just after item 10, recess and consent items. So that would be thank you. Motion regarding, in fact, just the first 3. And if the order could also be rearranged to, I'll just wait.
okay, and what's the order?
So 12 to the top.
Okay, I'm going to note for council that won't change, just to be careful when you're voting. I'm not going to move around the order, so I will remind you which motion we're voting on, but just to ensure, and same thing when you're viewing the motions, we aren't going to update the numbers, but just note that what's on the agenda is correct. Are there any further individuals with amendments or corrections to the agenda at this time?
Sorry, could we also put 13 as 12? So the affordable housing governing docs in the middle. Thank you.
With that, are there any further individuals with corrections or amendments? Hearing none, before moving to approve it, I'm just going to note for the members of the gallery, given that we do have quite a few of you tonight, what I'll ask is that I assume you would like to be here past the confidential session. And so with this, I'm going to ask that you leave the meeting. Either leave the meeting or I will move you to the waiting room. If you leave the meeting and then register or click the Zoom link to come back, you'll wait in the waiting room. That's the easiest way, because as soon as we exit confidential session, you'll be allowed to re-enter once again, and that way we can also ensure that you can attend the rest of Legislative Council. So I'm just going to ask that, and so when we formally move into confidential session, I prefer it if you moved yourself out and then moved yourself back into the waiting room, as opposed to me having to remove yourself for you. It just makes it easier on my end, and that way, if you're leaving on your own regard, you can re-enter. Sometimes if I remove people, you can't enter back into the meeting. With that, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Senator Parsons and Councillor Krosick. Is there any opposition? Hearing none.
Wait, sorry. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Could we move? Yeah, the confidential session doesn't need to go so early. Could we move the confidential session to immediately after recess and consent, because the ACORN Montreal presentation needs to go before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
No worries. Okay, so members of the gallery, same thing. You'll be here for a bit longer. But when we get to confidential session, I'll once again remind you. With that, are there any further corrections or changes to the agenda? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion to approve.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin and Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, it will stand approved. With that, we'll move on to the next item of the agenda. Item 5, report of the steering committee. All right, everyone, for my last steering committee report. So thank you very much. The steering committee met on April 6th, 2021. Myself, the president, the speaker on call, and Councillor Smith were all in attendance. The parliamentarian Councillor Reid and the governance manager sent regrets. We had no guest speakers at this session. New business is laid out below. Business arising is also laid out below. Presentations, this evening we have two. We have ACORN Montreal and Recovery Hack. As usual, please just ensure you remain respectful towards the presenters at all times. This goes for both councillors and members at large and members of the gallery. With this, steering committee innovations. You'll notice that the length of the meeting is expected to go at least 4 hours. Knowing past meetings, it could very well go longer. With that, once again, I'm going to remind everyone the use of consent vote. We also have a proxy, so I'm going to go over what a consent vote is. Consent vote, which I can't remember what item it is, but I believe it's 9 or 10. Consent vote is an opportunity for you to vote on any motion before they're entertained during old business or new business that you believe are non-contentious and or you don't think they're worthy of a debate. If this is so the case, there's going to be a special voting form to indicate how you vote on each motion. This is not binding. It's not going to be released on a voting record, but it's simply to determine if you think that something needs to be discussed completely by council or if it can just be simply unanimously approved and it's non-contentious. For clarification, you have three options. You have the option to approve, which means you would approve the motion, that it is what it means. You also have you have the option to debate. This typically means that you would like to participate in debate or you at least think it's worthy of debate. Then you have the option to abstain. This doesn't matter either way. If you abstain, it's not going to matter if something passes or something comes up to Legislative Council for approval. It's simply just your opinion that you don't have an opinion on it. If you have questions on this, please ask me. I'm not sure if anything will pass by consent, but nevertheless, please ask me if you are unsure. I'm going to note that I'm once again going to bring back my authority to rule extensions out of order. If I believe them unnecessary or if they are too long in duration, I will either strike them down or ask you to be amenable to a recommendation of my choosing. As well, I have the authority. Okay, can anyone else see the screen, or is that okay, not just me. Okay. With that, I'm just going to pull up my report again. I also have the authority to end debate if I believe necessary. So if discussion begins to enter into a back and forth, or there's a typo there, but if the interventions continue to be raised that they're just repeating themselves, I'm going to strike it out of order and I'm going to recommend we move to a vote. I'm also going to move all ad libitum extensions out of order. We're asking for exact numbers tonight. As well, for purposes of the meeting, we're going to do a default for question period and debate of 5 minutes each. After that question period, if I believe that there's a necessity for extending, I will ask for an extension. Otherwise, I will leave it up to the floor to determine. As always, comments, questions, and suggestions are welcome and may be sent to speaker@smu.ca. This isn't included in the report, but as my last legislative council, as speaker presumably, thank you all for such a wonderful year, and thank you to all the individuals that I've worked with both as part of my 2 years with the SMU. With that, I'm going to ask if there are any questions. All individuals with questions can indicate so by raise of hand. Seeing none, we will move on. With that, I don't know what happened to the parliamentarian, so I'm going to assume they're going to come back. But I will project my screen. But Councillor Ramey.
All right, I just had a quick question. Are we doing a maximum of 2 interventions per person like we did a while back?
So I'm going to, ideally, I would like you to practice that without my having to keep track. That being said, I will be keeping track. I do have the authority, like if you speak a third time, I'm not going to automatically strike it out of order, but I'm more so just going to ask that you all be mindful of how much time you speak up, of how many times you speak up during Legislative Council, and if you notice people who have not yet spoken, to please either yield your time or wait to speak until they've spoken first. Thank you very much, Councillor Ramey. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. All right, with that, we are going to move on to item 6, guest speakers. We are first going to begin with item 6A, presentation from ACORN Montreal, VP External. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I can just defer to Maud, who is here from ACORN Montreal. So Maud, feel free to take it over.
Thanks, AO. Hi, everyone. My name is Maud. I work for ACORN. I am actually myself a McGill alumna. I graduated a few years ago with a bachelor's in sociology, so it's really great to be here. Thank you all for the invitation and for being here. So ACORN, I am the Campaigns and Communications Coordination for ACORN Montreal. We are a national organization that fights for low-income and middle-income people. We defend the rights of tenants. We fight around concrete actions to change laws, increase social assistance, minimum wage, things like that. We're a national organization that has been around in Canada since 2004. We are more recent in Quebec. We've been in Montreal. We've had an official office only for about a year. So we are still growing. And we have about 140,000 members in 14 different chapters around different cities in Canada. We're well established in Toronto, Ottawa. We have an office in BC, in New Brunswick, different places. Currently, our only Montreal chapter is in LaSalle, down in the southwest of the city, but we work a lot in Khododadi, in NDG, Pierrefonds, and Montreal North. Because we work a lot around housing, around issues that target low-income people, a lot of our membership is low-income, a lot of our membership is racialized, a lot of our membership is disabled, and they are obviously groups that we target specifically knowing that they have more issues around housing or around a lot of our campaigns. I wanted to today just kind of highlight 2 of our main campaigns. The first one is Montreal Safe and Affordable. It is our main Montreal campaign right now, and it is something that was voted on by our members. The way ACORN works, we have local neighborhood chapters made up of community members that are elected to a position of chair, co-chair, and secretary. And they're the ones who vote on any sort of local action, local demands, local campaigns. So Montreal Safe and Affordable was born from our LaSalle chapter, who voted on this campaign after realizing the problems that they had in their own units and in housing all across the city. So the main demand of this campaign is to establish a landlord permit in Montreal. This is a municipal power, and we want the city of Montreal to establish this landlord permit. It kind of functions the same way as a conformity certificate that you would see in a restaurant that says, they have been inspected in the past 2 years, they do not have mice, you can eat there safely. And we want the city of Montreal to have, to exercise actually its already existing inspection powers to inspect proactively every building in the city once a year and to be able to give out these landlord permits. This would ensure that a lot of the problems we see, infestations with mice, landlords who don't do any repairs, who leave their tenants living in terrible, terrible conditions, would actually proactively be eradicated by the city. We also want the city to be able to use their the fines that they already have for these situations in a much larger way that they're currently using. Tenants right now that put in complaints to the city can wait weeks, months for there to be any sort of inspection to their living conditions. The second demand with that kind of goes along with it. We want a public registry published on the Montreal city's website that details the results of these yearly inspections for everyone in the city to be able to know when they are, renting a new apartment, when they are starting a new lease, and be able to actually know what's been going on in different apartments across the city to make informed decisions. We also are asking every single borough in the city to put in a bylaw to copy the bylaw that has been put in already in some boroughs to stop the rent eviction epidemic almost that has been going on. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the problems that are happening with evictions all across the city for the purpose of renovating apartments and then renting them at a higher price. The second campaign I wanted to highlight today is our campaign against REITs. This is completely related to housing, but it's one of our national campaigns. So all of our offices are working on this. A REIT is a real estate, it's an acronym REIT for Real Estate Investment Trust. They are a specific incorporated kind of company that functions like a trust, except they buy real estate. This contributes completely to the financialization of housing. So, instead of having a landlord who actually provides a social service, who cares about their tenants, who does anything, you have a group of investors whose main goal, whose first goal above all, is to get profit, is to get a return on their investment. We have seen, especially with some of the biggest REITs, such as Capri, is one that is really, really big. Is one of the biggest in Canada, but also has a lot of apartment buildings across the city in Montreal itself, is that they tend to cut costs at every corner, completely stop taking care of their tenants, not do repairs, things like that, and a higher turnover of tenants means that they can jack up the prices as much as they want. This has been one of our really big campaigns lately too, because the problem with these companies isn't just that they exist. The problem is that they benefit from a complete tax break at the federal level. This was put into law a few years ago, and we've been trying to stop that and to close the tax loophole that has been designed so that they don't pay taxes, considering they get a lot of profit. And a study calculated that they would have paid over $1 billion. The 7 biggest REITs would have paid over $1 billion in tax in the past decade if they had been taxed like another real estate company. We have other campaigns across the city, such as rent control, affordable internet, fair banking, want to put a stop to predatory loan practices, and a lot of other things like that tend to affect low-income people, and that our membership voted on as being their priorities. The last thing I wanted to talk about is just a bit of how we work. So we are really a grassroots organization. We work mostly with community organizers who work in organizing drives. So usually in non-COVID time, we spend most of our days door knocking. We engage people who are low income, who are tenants, who were not previously engaged, mobilized, who are not necessarily people who seek out community organization, who seek out activism or advocacy as something that they want to do. We want to actually go out and get these people mobilized. So door knocking is the way we do that. We door knock, we have conversations with people, we sign them up, we invite them out to meetings. And then obviously we have local meetings, chapter meetings, when a chapter is established, and we do a lot of workshops about tenants' rights, things like that all across the city. We've recently been doing an organize and drive-in Pierre Fond at the northeast of the city, specifically because, northwest, sorry, specifically because they're not a lot of resources there. So we're trying to fill in those gaps. A lot of what we do is also leadership development. So trying to identify people, in neighborhoods who weren't necessarily engaged before, but who we can engage and develop as leaders, to be leaders of their communities. This works obviously in line with our chapter system. So usually the leaders that we are able to develop to grow their capacities will become chairs, co-chairs. If we have enough chapters, they will make it onto a provincial board and be able to have a say over the campaigns at the national, at the provincial level, at the local level. So that's a bit of what we do. And our goal coming here today is we would love to get more involved, to have McGill students be involved with us, to be engaged with us. And we would love, obviously, for SSMU to be able to share our online actions, our events. I have the links to our 2 campaigns that I talked about. We have online actions, so I can't share them to everyone, but I will share them to the speaker if possible. To share them further, that would be really great, and we would love to collaborate further in the future. Does anyone have any questions, any comments, etc.? Yeah, Chip.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you so much, Maud, for your presentation. I'm just going to talk a bit about, you mentioned some of the work you're doing with the boroughs here in Montreal with regards to bylaw implementation. Just wondering if you could sort of talk about how that's going, how the consultations are going, and sort of what progress you've been making on that file.
Yeah, so the boroughs, it really depends because they're not all collaborative. The renoviction bylaw that was put in Khododadi, for example, because the one of the city councillors there who's very active, Magda Papianu, is someone we've met with multiple times. She's very engaged in terms of housing. And so she put in that law because she's already engaged in that. But then we have other boroughs like La Salle where, the constituents are mainly or kind of split between very racialized tenants, and then you have a very white kind of suburban part of it that has elected Manon Barbe, who is the borough mayor currently, and has her own party, is kind of a bit center-right. And so we have less good relations, and they're not necessarily as focused on housing. So honestly, it really depends on the borough. We've definitely made strides, and we are trying to get meetings with different boroughs right now, specifically for that law. But it really depends on the place. It depends on the political affiliation, really, as anything does.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions? Councillor Karasik.
Hey, so again, thanks for the presentation. It's really interesting, especially to hear what the community is doing, especially in times like these. I'm actually just kind of curious in terms of the landlord permit idea. I guess just so I get a better idea, what would be the consequences of ideally if someone were to fail this? Would it be fines? Would they entirely lose their rights? I'm curious how that works. It does sound really interesting.
Yeah, so the main consequence, is to have fines, and especially to have fines that are higher than the ones that exist now. Obviously, the possibility of losing the landlord permit exists, as does anything, but the point is for that to be a more of a threat and a scare tactic than anything. The main consequence would be to have fines. If you want to see a bit, I don't actually have the link, but ACORN has managed to get a landlord permit system established in New Westminster, BC before. So we're going off of that model that we've already been able to establish. Obviously, any sort of details with regards to fines will end up being at the city to decide if they want to, keep the amounts that they have now, increase those. Ideally, we would want them increased. It's also, the goal is also because usually and currently in the system, if there's an inspection, a landlord gets a fine, there's no follow-up to that. If a tenant after that is my landlord got a fine but paid the fine and didn't do anything further, they have to put in a whole additional complaint. So we're also trying to break that cycle. with the fines, but also with the follow-up system. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you very much, Maud, for
Thank
coming
you so
to
much
speak.
for having me.
With that, we'll move on to item 6B, recovery hack. VP Student Life, you would move this, so you can begin and then you can yield it to whoever is presenting.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. So we have a presentation today from Tara, who is the current president of Recovery Hack, and that's a club that we just approved a few days ago, actually, at Clubs Committee. And so Tara will be speaking a little bit about what Recovery Hack is, what her goals are, and how council will be able to help achieve those. So I will turn it over to Tara for her presentation.
Great. Can I share my screen?
Yep, let me just, I'll ask the parliamentarian. Thank you very much, parliamentarian. All right, you should be able to now.
Yes. Okay, is that good?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Tara, and yeah, thanks for having me, and also thanks for approving the club. I didn't get the email yet. So my name is Tara. I'm a year 3 physics major, and yes, as you said, I'm the president founder of Recovery Hack, which is a student-led initiative aimed at bringing addiction treatment and education into the community.
Point of personal procedure, did we lose connection here?
Yeah, I was going to ask if that was just me.
I needed to add that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. We'll just wait temporarily. If not, we can
Motion for a minute recess.
We could postpone it.
let's do a recess first, just in case. If Tara isn't back by Councillor Smith, do you want to do 2 minutes?
Motion to recess for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
And that's at 2 minutes, or if the presenter returns beforehand.
That is friendly.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. I will take Councillor Bonin to second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, 2-minute recess has been granted.
Sorry about that. My computer crashed.
No worries at all. You can just assume, no worries.
Typical. Okay. Sorry, just give me a second. I'll just pull it up. I'm gonna try to share my screen again, and hopefully it will go better. All right, I'm gonna skip the preamble this time. Sorry. How did it start? Okay, so my interest in addiction stems unsurprisingly perhaps, from my own experiences with substance abuse. And so for that reason, I'm going to start sort of narrow focus at the beginning and talk about alcohol use disorder, or AUD, because that's what I know best. And so the 4-step process right here is the recovery hack that our name alludes to. And yeah, treatment-wise, it doesn't really get much easier than this. All you have to do is take the medication called naltrexone, and then wait an hour and drink, and then repeat. And the reason that this works is that naltrexone is an opiate blocker. So by taking it and then waiting long enough for it to like kick in before you have a drink, basically you don't, there isn't that usual sort of immediate biological reward that reinforces addiction and overrides all rational thought. And so by repeating that process, your brain gradually over a period of about 3 to 4 months on average just becomes unaddicted to alcohol. So now I have some shocking numbers, at least to me, that I would like to share with you. But in order for you to be appropriately impressed by how well, how well this thing works, you need to have something to compare it to. And for that, I'm going to choose the standard go-to treatment for alcohol use disorder. And by that, of course, I mean Alcoholics Anonymous. And so it turns out, based on peer-reviewed studies, that AA has a success rate of about 5 to 10%. So that's the number to beat. Okay, so I mean, the Sinclair method has a quoted success rate, long-term success rate of about 78%, which obviously isn't even in the same ballpark as the previous 5 to 10. And I mean, yeah, the other sort of shocking thing is that this isn't like some sort of new discovery. This is, FDA approved in 1994, and then it was approved by Health Canada in 1997. Dr. Sinclair, the guy who came up with the thing, he was working on it in the 80s. They've been using it in Finland for like 20 years, and it's mentioned in, I mean, there's TED Talk, it's been mentioned in the New York Times, and yet it's still quite the secret, which is problematic. And that last number is from the World Health Organization, which estimates that approximately 3.3 million deaths each year are the result of alcohol-related causes. And that actually translates into about 1 alcohol-related death every 10 seconds, which is a lot. Okay, and then there's this number, which is, well, it's just 78% of 3.3 million deaths per year times 30. So apparently around 77 million people are going to die over the next 30 years by 2050 if we don't actually sort of implement the Sinclair method on a large scale. And I mean, since it's been FDA approved since like 1994, it's been more than a quarter of a century. Obviously, over that time, tens of millions of people have already suffered and lost their lives for no reason. And, we can't bring those people back, and we cannot undo the harm to their friends, families, and communities. But what we can do is change things. Okay, so why should you care? Okay, well, hopefully one of the reasons that you might care is, the tens of millions of innocent lives that are at stake. And I want to emphasize the innocent part because we tend not to look at addicts that way, which is unfortunate. As Dr. Gabor Mate, who's a respected physician and author in the field, puts it, according to all the science, all the epidemiological data, all the experience, those who have been the most neglected and repressed in childhood are the most likely to succumb to addiction, like substance addiction later in life. In our civilized times, we are punishing and tormenting people for having suffered trauma. So that's a good reason to care, but I mean, theoretically, even for someone who doesn't care about addicts and their childhood trauma, it still makes sense to be in favor of reimagining and redesigning our current approaches to addiction treatment because addiction is expensive. Yeah, so these are the total costs to Canada in 2017 from substance use. And on the left, you can see alcohol coming in strong at almost 40%, the largest contribution to the total costs, and that's about $16.6 billion. And I mean, I just learned this yesterday, but apparently medications are quite cost effective. And so in one analysis, medication assisted treatments ended up reducing total health costs by about 30%, which is obviously nothing to scoff at when we're talking in billions of dollars. And naltrexone isn't the answer for everyone, which is fine because there are plenty of options. This is a table of medications that are approved for the use of treating alcohol dependence in Canada, and naltrexone is up at the top there as one of the first two first-line treatments. And okay, so this table is great, but it kind of always reminds me of the bizarre and dangerous mismatch between addiction treatment and addiction research. One is far more primitive than the other, and I think the situation at McGill is kind of a good example of that. So, on the one hand, you have the McGill Addiction Research Group, which is a bunch of qualified people exploring a bunch of exciting addiction-related things, including medications for alcohol dependence that are not on this list, and that part is great. And then, on the other hand, doctors employed by McGill aren't even familiar with these medications, the ones that we do have, or how to prescribe them, which is, a bit puzzling and frustrating. I mean, it only makes sense to do research if you have some sort of intention of using it. Okay, and so here I just wanted to really zoom in and point out that this is not something I made up, which is something that I occasionally start to think, but I really didn't. This table comes from the BC Emergency Medicine Network, which is a network of emergency physician practitioners across that province. I mean, you can see it right there. You take the pill an hour before your first drink of the day. And so one of the main reasons that I wanted to start Recovery Hack, which is something at least, is because I was prescribed naltrexone incorrectly. And if I hadn't kind of done my own research, that's a mistake that would have ended up costing me my life, which is not something I say lightly. And, obviously moving forward, I didn't want that to happen to other people, including other students at McGill. And two quick comments on that, and then I'll move on. Okay, so comment number one. I was prescribed it actually incorrectly twice by two different doctors in two different provinces. And the first of those was a doctor at the Wellness Hub. They told me to take it, stay sober and take a naltrexone every morning, and like an antidepressant, and obviously it didn't work. And comment number two is, when I say that I don't want, other students to potentially, die over this, I mean, clearly, like since 1997, since it was approved by Canada, given the prevalence of, addiction in general, but also specifically alcohol use disorder, and the number of McGill students I've met at AA meetings over the years, I think it's pretty safe to say that more than a handful of students have already died over this, and which is not great. And okay, so yeah, I think it's fair to say that doctors need to be brought up to speed. And so in the paper that I quoted here, they talk a little bit about why meds are so underused for addiction. And one reason being that culturally, we still don't really view addiction as a medical issue. And they go on to talk about how opinions in the medical profession are slowly changing, but med schools and residency programs and all that are quite behind. So, I mean, this is a very clear cause for concern if you're in the faculty of medicine. But the addiction size gap in our education system affects more than just the aspiring doctors. The missing information is also very important, necessary for probably students in social work, nursing, and maybe psychology. Okay, and to finish off this section, so why should you care? you should care because you kind of already said that you do. And I wanted to end this section by drawing a few points from this SMU's governance documents. And the positions book works well because apparently these are supposed to kind of be the priorities of the SMU. So this is kind of a call to action. Okay, so 16.25 talks about how the SMU believes that drug users and those with a history of drug use don't get enough of a say in the creation of programs and policies that are meant to prevent the harmful effects of drug use. And I think you make a really good point, and I would have to agree with you. So as a drug user with a history of drug use, I'm asking kind of for the council's support, I guess, not only so I can have a real voice, but also so all of the other drug using McGill students on campus now and in the future can have this as well. And 6.7 is a little bit more abstract, but it talks about how, the impact that universities and students can have on progress and equity issues. And it says, from the struggles for women's rights to Francophone rights to queer rights, the SMU and its members have played an active part in the struggle for fair treatment and personal sovereignty. And I like the idea of safe havens from the rest of society because I know it's going to take a long time for addiction to be treated, like a medical issue. We're not even really there with mental health yet. But at least on the campus where we're doing this research, at least here, if nowhere else, we should be treating addiction scientifically. Last part. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the program specifically. So, there isn't a universally accepted definition of harm reduction. So before moving on to our mandate, I thought it might be a good idea to explain what harm reduction means to us, because we like using that term. And as I was Googling around a while ago, I came across a sentence that I liked, and it starts like this. Harm reduction is grounded in justice and human rights. It focuses on positive change and on working with people without judgment, coercion, discrimination, or requiring that they stop using drugs as a precondition of support. So to us, harm reduction is a compassionate, non-judgmental approach to addiction treatment that meets the patient where they are. Not everyone's in a position to be able to stop using drugs or alcohol, and not everyone wants to, which is also fine, because getting high doesn't make you a bad person, just like not getting high doesn't automatically make you a good person. And so since there's like no one size fits all with this particular approach, what it ends up looking like in practice can be very different. For an intravenous drug user, it can mean safe injection sites or needle exchange programs, whereas for someone with alcohol use disorder, it could be the similar method, but it could also be abstinence. It just depends on the person and so on. And this is in contrast to the approach taken by the addictions unit at the McGill University Health Center, and that is very much abstinence-based. The idea, I haven't read through it all, but phase 1 is 6 weeks and you get sober and then you move on to phase 2, but it doesn't really work like that. And now our mandate. Top of the list, of course, is spreading the word about effective science-based treatments, both on and off campus. Obviously the Sinclair method is only one of them. It's my personal favorite for obvious reasons, but there are plenty of suitable interventions for addiction out there, and people deserve to know what their options are. And we talked about 2 outdated norms already. The first obvious one being AA, because it dates back to about 1930 and 1930s. And the other being, abstinence-dependent access to treatment. I guess people deserve to know what their options are. You said that. By focusing on these outdated norms, our hope is that by challenging those aspects of treatment that have gone unchallenged decade after decade after decade, we'll be able to kind of draw attention to the rights of addicts as patients and as human beings and how those rights are being violated. 3 includes, both advocating for resources on campus from McGill and providing resources for ourselves whenever we can, or whenever it's appropriate to do that. And, so far, this whole presentation has just been about substance addiction and substance abuse because that's my area of expertise, but we'll also be advocating for students with behavioral addictions in addition to people with friends and family that have struggled because addiction is kind of traumatic for everyone involved. And to reduce stigma using science, which sounds very nice, but what do we actually mean by that? So the idea here is that, we'd like to discredit the belief that the addict's suffering is their own fault. We actually happen to know that it isn't, thanks to our understanding of the very real biological links between addiction, trauma, and mental illness, and our understanding of the brain processes behind addiction. So hopefully through public talks, social media, and whatever else we can think of, we can kind of make common knowledge all of these sciencey reasons that it just doesn't make sense to blame the addict for what they're going through. And yes, lastly is starting conversations on campus and hopefully creating opportunities for some brainstorming sessions. I'm almost done. So this is kind of what we're working on in the fall. We'll draft an open letter over the summer that it would be nice if you guys signed off on. So we're going to start by asking McGill for for 2 science-based support groups, one for behavioral addictions and one for substance addictions, because that's like the simplest request we can make. And I mean, the groups for students indirectly impacted by addiction and sort of like more specialized workshops, perhaps on like self-compassion, shame, and stress, and that kind of stuff will maybe come later. And the goal is that we might eventually become a service, like the Eating Disorder Resource Center, but obviously addiction themed. And 3, yes, making sure that doctors know how to prescribe at least the approved medications and what kind of clinical scenarios they're appropriate for. And that discussion panel thing. So I mean, there are student-led discussion panels at McGill for mental health, but none to my knowledge yet for addiction. So this is something that we'll be planning over the summer, and with any luck, we'll do something awesome, eclectic mix of academics from many disciplines, people with lived experience, people who work in the field, and so on. And that last one, the curriculum changes. I mean, it's going to be a whole process. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it can't happen instantaneously. So your support in that would also be nice. And okay, so that's kind of about it. I guess in closing, I guess I would say that that one alcohol-related death every 10 seconds. That's shocking. But that's just alcohol. The opioid crisis is on top of that. And then there are all the deaths related to benzodiazepines and stimulants, all the kinds that you can get. And then there's all the suffering that's associated with things that might not be directly life-threatening, like gambling and also shopping, gaming, porn, sex, and so on. And I mean, basically the point is that the toll of addiction on our society is, it's devastating, and this is super long overdue. And I mean, it's gone on for so long that people forget that it's time sensitive, but it is. People will die today that can be fine if we just gotten to them in time, and that needs to stop. And now I'm done. So thank you for your time. I can't, I don't know how else the council can help. No matter backing us in the curriculum changes would be great. If you have any other ideas or you want to say something encouraging, then you can send us an email. And now I'll stop sharing. Okay.
right, thank you very much. With that, we'll move into questions. We'll begin with Senator Daryanani.
Hi, thank you, Tara, for your presentation and sharing your experiences. My question is just what kind of curriculum changes are you expecting to see, especially given the fact that SMU is not directly affiliated with faculties, and the curriculum changes usually happen through faculty associations. So how would you want us to help in that way?
Well, I mean, obviously I don't know a lot about the process and figuring this out, but I mean, yeah, we are going to have to go through the facts. It's not something that SMU has any control over. I just think it would be more meaningful if it was like, you know, the med students would also like to, I mean, they would like to know about these medications, and you know, and it's not just about updating the curriculum once. That's kind of a band-aid solution. It's about, you know, how is it going to continually be updated to reflect. And I don't know how that's going to work, but I mean, yeah, if you have any ideas, I don't know. We're going to go to the faculty deans. I don't know what else. And someone I was talking to said that kind of what McGill might come back with is, you know, like, we would really like to help, but there's too many rules involved in like professional schools and what they're allowed to teach. So then you might have to go above McGill to whoever's in charge of making those rules. I don't really know. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if that answers your question.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Juan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks very much, Tara, for the presentation. How does this group fit in with the current environment of existing addiction treatment programs and support groups?
How does this group fit in? I mean, I don't know. I don't know about all the addiction treatment groups that exist. I mean, it fits in on, I guess, the more liberal side of things. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know. I mean, there's like a lot of people working on the addiction thing. That's kind of what's so baffling, is like, how are we getting nowhere, because there are so many people working on this. And yeah, sorry, that's the best I got.
Thank you very much. Councillor Karasek.
Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, it's been very interesting, very insightful. I'm just curious, I guess, how this ties into both like any like actions that have been taken, or like broader advocacy in terms of like approaching other medications like naloxone, which isn't like preventive but more like directly when it happens kind of thing. Like, I guess more so, how would this fit into stuff like that? Is it just like it synergizes and like it's two different ways of approaching the issue, or is it more like on its own?
It's kind of I mean, the Sinclair method that we talked about, the point is like, I mean, this is something from 30 years ago. There is like so much information out there on addiction. It's like kind of overwhelming, and we're just not using any of it. So yes, naloxone is great. You know, I have a kit in my whatever dresser, but I mean, it's going to take a lot of sort of things. I mean, yeah, the more approaches, the better, because nothing is universal. Nothing's going to work for everyone. Yeah, just give people options, I think, would be nice, instead of, you know, no options. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
All right, thank you very much. Julia.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up and give a bit of context in response to, I think it was Councillor Juan asking about like how this fits within like the broader context of supports available and such. There's kind of, and I speak here in my conversations with Tara. I don't want people to think that I'm just like hopping in and taking things over. But what I've really gotten from our conversations is that on the one hand, okay, a lot of the resources that are available in the broader community outside the McGill bubble, either are inaccessible to students due to demographics or location or cost, or are not aligned with the best practices and methods that Tara presented, including even the McGill University Health Center, as she brought up. And then, of course, the other side of the things is how are we addressing it at McGill, which is currently we're not really addressing it. And like, I think it's important to know that these conversations are being had already, even between myself and Tara with the Wellness Hub, both in terms of, you know, a general harm reduction lens, but also in terms of potential for support groups and where that expertise is already and where it needs to be. So hopefully that gives a bit more context.
Well, thank you very much, Julia. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in question period? Seeing none, thank you very much, Tara, for coming to speak to us tonight.
Yes, thank you for having me.
And parliamentarian, if you can just share the screen once again. Thank you very much, parliamentarian. With that, we'll move on to item 7, announcements. All individuals with announcements can raise their hands at this time. We'll begin with SSMU president.
Folks, so this is an announcement from the Sustainability Projects Fund. They're seeking 2 SSMU representatives for their governance council, which starts in the summer of 2021 for a 2-year mandate. So the representatives would be 2 of 8 governance council members who would ensure that the SPF meets its mandate to build a culture of sustainability on McGill campuses through the development and seed funding of interdisciplinary projects. There's more on that in like the listserv that just came out, because it's going to be publicized on social media soon as well. But if you're interested, it's just like a quick blurb that you have to fill out. It's like 200 words on why you're interested in joining the governance committee. So they're looking for 2 reps, and you can find the link in the most recent listserv, but it'll also be in the next one that comes out. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, SSMU president. Senator Darianani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 announcements. One is that the medical notes policy working group has released a survey to ask for your feedback and opinions on how we can revise the medical notes policy. And I have sent all counselors an email with information regarding that. If you haven't received that, you can just send me a quick email. While entering the survey, you will have the chance to enter a raffle for one of 10 $25 Visa gift cards. So please do share your opinions and feedback with us. The second is that committee representation applications are open, and so you can find the details on the SSMU UA Facebook page. The deadline is April 15th. Please do apply. Undergraduate representation is much needed on these committees and will be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go to Councillor Juan.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. On April the 6th, the MSS held our spring General Assembly. There were over 200 attendees, which is approximately 25% of our total constituency. It was facilitated in both English and French. A total of 6 motions were presented in both languages, and topics ranged from the place of shadowing in the medical school curriculum to the promotion of opportunities to learn clinical French and speak Butcher careers. These motions were all scrutinized heavily by the Assembly, and ultimately 4 of these 6 were ultimately passed.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Juan. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a quick announcement from EPIC, which is the AUS Events Planning Integration Council. They're going to be doing final survival kits that you can send to friends. It's going to have some kind of snacks and tea and things like that in them. I think more announcements will be coming out in the next few days with that, so keep around Facebook for that.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no other individuals with announcements, we'll move on to question period. All individuals with questions can raise their hand at this time. Seeing no individuals with questions, we'll move on to item 9, recess and consent items. Before going into it, I'm just going to ask the proxy. I don't think you answered my chat. Do you have access to the management representative's email? So for proxy for Councillor Gunderman. McDaniel, Fox. No? Okay. Okay. Okay, if you don't have access, that's fine. What I'll do is I will send you the link personally through the Zoom. I will adjust the settings so that you'll be able to fill it out. But yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm going to first ask before entering into formal recess and consent items. Are there any questions on consent vote? Hearing none, consent, we will begin our 5-minute recess at 19:17 and come back at 19:22. The voting forum will be open momentarily. 2024. I'm pleased to announce that 2 of the motions were passed by consent vote this evening and will not come back to Legislative Council to be entertained. They were the motion regarding amendments to the Gender Equity Position 2021-0408, as well as the motion regarding amendments to SNU's Affordable Student Housing Governance Documents 2021-0408. Those will be reflected in the agenda as being approved. I will note that, however, all other motions on the agenda did receive some level of debate vote, and as such, they will come to Legislative Council this evening to be questioned, debated, scrutinized, and voted upon. With that, we are going to move on to the next item on the agenda, confidential session. Before members of the gallery leave, I'm just going to remind you that
We're not done yet. We're not
done yet.
So presentation.
Oh, my apologies. motion to re-enter into public session. VP Finance and Councillor Williamson, is there any opposition? Hearing none, we will enter into confidential session at 20:32. I'm going to ask, actually, I will do that myself. I'm going to ask the parliamentarian, can you just admit the members in the currently in the waiting room?
Yep, it's done.
Perfect. All right, I'm just going to update the agenda in terms of the bacon, and I will get the voting form ready or get it sent. All right, everyone, everyone else should have it. It's within, even though the vote is public, the voting form itself is going to be within the confidential folder. It's going to be within the confidential folder, and it's going to be just the normal voting directions. For the proxy for Councillor Gunderman, I will send you the link over Zoom DM. And councillors, the forum should now be open. Councillor Ramey, we're voting on the motion. We're voting on item 11, motion regarding the adoption of the Baconator Plan 2021-0325. Proxy for Councillor Gunderman, if you refresh or hit back or just reopen the link, you will have access to it. I just corrected the permission preferences, so you should have access now.
Good work, thank you.
Yep. Okay, I'm just going to once again note the voting directions for this one are in the confidential folder. It's a public vote, but within the confidential folder, there's going to be every other, like the voting directions, but it's just going to be a different version of it. No problem. I will, if anyone still has trouble finding it, I can just send you the link. Give everyone like another minute and a half. Wait 15 more seconds. All right, everyone, with that, I'll announce the closure of voting. With 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and 4 abstentions, the motion has been approved. With that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Item 12 has been approved, so we'll move on to item 13 has also been approved. With that, we'll move on to item 14, motion regarding the adoption of a position on freedom of religion, 2021-0408. This was moved, I believe, by VP External. So VP External, you have 2 minutes to motivate.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So yeah, basically this motion seeks to establish a position on freedom of religion, effectively in order to set a permanent and legitimately established basis for SSMU's advocacy conducting any kind of derogation of freedom of religion, particularly as has been witnessed in the province of Quebec over the past decade, with concerning, for instance, the Charter of Values, Bill 62, and currently Bill 21. So SSMU has, in the past, through its Legislative Council, approved motions condemning and opposing these such legislative these laws or proposed laws. SSMU has not SSMU has taken stances on these derogations of freedom of religion, but because motions only have mandates that last 1 year, their mandates and the kind of position that they mandated have all expired. But given that SSMU now has a position book, it makes sense that we continue this tradition of opposing violations of freedom of religion and conscience by adopting a permanent position. So that's what this motion seeks to do. So yeah, the motion was drafted by me, the External Affairs Coordinator who is here, and the political researcher, in consultation with a number of different student associations and external organizations involved in either civil liberties advocacy or advocacy specifically against Bill 21, as outlined within the consultation section. So yeah, that's the rationale behind adopting this position. And yeah, each of the clauses within the position just attempt to identify something specific about the nature of these conversations as they've been had in Quebec political discourse over the past decade and longer. So yeah, I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much, VP External. With that, we'll enter into question period. All individuals with questions can raise their hands at this time. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering why the VP External chose not to or did not consult with any Jewish student organizations on campus or external organizations like the Jewish Studies Students Association in the writing of this motion.
VP External?
Yeah, in fact, I just spoke with the External Affairs Coordinator yesterday, or in fact this morning, and because we had reached out to several Jewish student associations, we heard back from Hillel McGill earlier this week. So that was after the submission of the motion. Yeah, I had intended to update this motion earlier today on the after that was raised to me by the External Affairs Coordinator. So that's my bad. So there was we received feedback from only Hillel McGill of all the Jewish student associations that we reached out to. So I don't believe, in fact, that we reached out to the Jewish Studies Student Association. That was just an oversight on our part. But we did reach out to other organizations, including Independent Jewish Voices McGill and the Jewish Law Students Association, but didn't hear back from them. I would add as well that some representatives from some of these groups, for instance, the Non à la Loi 21 are Jewish people.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can indicate so. Councillor Smith.
I move a friendly amendment, or an amendment that I would presume would be friendly. Just in,
Councillor Smith.
in the consultation to add hello McGill, or hello Montreal, or which hello, just in the consultation, just to reflect the fact that they were consulted.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the mover and seconder if they are amenable to this.
Yep, I'm just gonna check my email to confirm whether it was Hello McGill or Hello Montreal, but that is friendly.
Okay, with that, we will. Councillor Smith, is this from before? Do you have another? Okay, thank you very much. Once we receive that information, it's already been, the parliamentarian will correct it. Hello McGill, parliamentarian, just confirmed. All right, as this is friendly, it will stand approved. Are there any further individuals wishing to take part in debate on the motion? Seeing none, we will move on to a vote. If everyone just gives me, Councillor Smith.
I believe if you ask, you'd find unanimous consent to approve this motion.
So would you like to move unanimous consent? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second? I'll take Councillor Mulvaney. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. I'll take Councillor Krosick to second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, this motion will stand unanimously approved. Thank you very much for your expediency. With that, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. We'll move on to item 15, 15, old business. We'll first begin with item 15A, motion regarding the adoption of the harm reduction policy 2021.
Hey, can you hear it? It's on. Oh my god.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to note that members of the galleries to please refrain from unmuting yourself unless you are recognized by the speaker. With that, we are going to move on to item 15, old business. We're going to begin with item 15A, motion regarding the adoption of the harm reduction policy 2021-03-11. As you may be aware, this was postponed at the last legislative council and it has come back for approval at this last legislative council of the year. With this, VP student life, I will allow, given the case of its postponing, I will allow VP student life if you'd like to motivate or speak on it.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Yes, I would like to speak on the revised harm reduction policy that I'm presenting today. And so in the past 2 weeks since last council, I was able to consult with a number of actors. I particularly got a lot of good feedback from the president of the ADP, the ADP, the fraternity ADP. And so as you'll see in the new harm reduction policy that I think is attached in the appendix of this motion, a couple of the major changes that were made were one, in the Greek life section, I think this is also taking from some of the amendments that are presented from last council. Instead of now working against Greek life associations, one of the things that are presented here are to instead support Greek life organizations in facilitating safer spaces, and rather than sort of not promoting or endorsing them at all, instead we are working to train them and provide educational resources to them, and also essentially collaborate rather than oppose them. And so that was sort of the feedback that I got from the fraternities that I consulted with. And then additionally, the other point that is being changed with regards to harm reduction policy that I wanted to present to folks is in section the section on events that is at the last page of the policy. I think it's 2.2. Yeah, 2.2.2. And so in this section, it's not actionable. That was kind of the feedback that we received from services, or particularly MCERT. It's from last council as well. What had been spoken about was that MCERT is in this motion or in this policy not necessarily, I guess, misrepresented, and also naloxone kits are misrepresented. And so instead of adding in this section, we decided to remove it because there is no actionable part of 2.2.2. and also like some of the information in it is like misleading, and so for that reason this is struck. And particularly I think this is important because in the section on clubs and services we are already mandating training that is going to be developed, accurate training that is going to be presented alongside or integrated into the equity training, and so that's the actionable part of this policy. And then as well, in the review of new clubs and services, we're going to be considering harm reduction too. So that's another part of it that I think is like can be put into place, and like folks can be held accountable for those things. And so I also wanted to remove the event section because given the circumstances of this year, I don't know that we should necessarily be. I think we can afford some grace to the clubs and services that are going to be working in an in-person capacity next year for the first time in like a year. So that's those are kind of the adjustments that I made to the policy. And I'm interested to hear kind of what folks have to say, or if there's any other like additions or like any changes that folks want to make to the policy. But that's what I have for now. I'll stand for any questions that people might have, or I think I'll stand for any questions.
Perfect, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Before proceeding into question period, I'll just note if we do have members of the gallery wishing to take part in question period, I'm going to ask that you first raise your hand. At that point, I will recognize you. Please do not speak out of turn. I know I said that in the email. I directed to you all, anyways. But that's just a note. And as well, when I call on you, please make sure that you spell your name out loud for the purpose of the minutes, and indicate your personal pronouns if you choose to do so. With that, we will move into question period. We'll begin with Councillor Collins.
Hi, so I was just wondering, if you mentioned, Vice President Eckert, you mentioned doing consultations with AD5, which is a fraternity. I was wondering what other, if any other Greek life organizations you consulted with? Thank you.
If you certainly.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor Collins. So the only feedback, unfortunately, that I was able to receive was from 85, but I did reach out to the other fraternities and sororities. Actually, I reached out to the McGill Pan-Hellenic Council too, but unfortunately, I guess there just wasn't enough time for me to like get feedback from them. However, like I did take into consideration everything that was mentioned at the last Legislative Council meeting. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. With that,
yeah, this is just a clarifying question. So in 1.2.2, are those amendments accepted, or are they still sort of up for debate? I was just a little bit confused. Sorry.
I'm going to ultimately what I would recommend that given that this wasn't approved, and given that the motion to postpone was literally to make these changes, I would recommend that we just accept them as is. If council wants to debate them, you can certainly motivate as such. But I'm just going to assume a default of this is the motion we're going to debate, or this is the motion we're going to entertain completely, and we're not going to vote on what its original framework was. Again, if council has opposition to that, you can certainly raise that in debate, but that's how we'll proceed. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing none, we will move on to debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can indicate so at this time. We'll first begin with Julia.
Hi, I'm hoping to bring some amendments, first of all, that might be friendly. I realize I forgot to spell my name, Juliacaddy. So yeah, the amendments that I would like to propose that I'm hoping are friendly would be on the second page, what currently reads the Canadian Mental Health Commission, for clarity reasons to change this to the Mental Health Commission of Canada. The reason being that the other major mental health organization in Canada is the Canadian Mental Health Association. So just to make sure there's not confusion there. And then in addition to that, in 3 different instances, and I can send the details to the parliamentarian, substance addictions terminology is used. However, in the definitions part and in general discourse, it's recognized that labeling these disorders as addictions isn't kind of the most recent and most, for lack of better words, politically correct way of speaking. So I'm hoping we can change that to substance use disorders or substance misuse. If it's all right, and if these would be considered friendly, I can comment on the document. That would be easiest.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask, just given that you aren't a counselor, I'm just going to ask if there would be a counselor. Yes, Councillor Juan, I'm aware. I'm going to ask, given that Julia is not a counselor, I'm going to ask if there's be a counselor willing to approve it. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second? I'm going to take Councillor Collins. Thank you very much. I'm going to first ask VP Student Life, given that you are presenting, are you amenable to these?
I am.
Okay. And I believe the seconder is Councillor Morali. I could be wrong. Okay, Councillor Morali, are you also amenable to these?
Yes.
All right. With that, Julia, feel free to add them. Add exactly what you had suggested to council. Thank you very much, Julia. With that, we'll go into other individuals wishing to take part in debate. VP External.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I also have a friendly amendment. So within section 1.3, external advocacy, I would just like to amend the second sentence that begins with, "It will therefore be the responsibility of the Vice President of External Affairs." I would like to amend the end of this sentence where it says, just advocating for the adoption and prioritization of harm reductive principles and practices. It says specifically to affiliated student societies and student federations, blah, blah, blah. I'd just like to amend this to say to other student associations in Canada. I just find it overly prescriptive, especially at a moment when a SSMU is not part of any student federation.
All right, thank you very much. VP Student Life and Councillor Morali, are these acceptable?
Yes.
Councillor Morali? I'm going to assume yes. Councillor Morali, if they are not, and strike it out of order. With that, we'll take those as friendly. Are there any further individuals wishing to take part in debate at this time? Julia.
Sorry, I did tell Mahina I was going to do this. I have another amendment that I would like to propose. I don't know if this one would be considered friendly or not because it is more substantive. But that would be in section 1.1.1 to add a fifth point, so E, that would indicate researching current practices within peer institutions as well as within relevant literature on harm reduction. The purpose of this possible amendment being to note that often work is done without consulting best practices and existing practices, and that this is something that should be improved in SSMU's ongoing activities.
All right, thank you very much. I am going to note, we are going to enter into a debate on that one, not because I believe it's contentious, more so just because it's substantive.
Could the Mental Health Commissioner just repeat what the amendment is?
Yep, Julia.
Yeah, I can send it in the chat if that's easier.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. Can you copy and paste, Wayne? Parliamentarian?
No, but I can just type it out.
Okay. Once again, given that Julia is not a counselor, can I have someone to motion that? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith, and I'll take Councillor Karasik in this case. To second, I will just wait for the parliamentarian to finish, and then we can move into question period, or debate rather. Parliamentarian, and then more so just procedural or just Can you delete on item C, remove the and at the very end of and? And then at the end of D, remove the period with a semicolon, and thank you very much. With that, we are going to enter into debate. Julia, if you want to motivate further on it, I'm going to first ask Councillor Smith if you would be acceptable to yielding to Julia to motivate.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I yield to the Mental Health Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Julia, you can motivate further if you'd like.
Thank you. I mean, I'll just say again, SMU has an ongoing history of not necessarily consulting on best practices and existing practices, and this is a perfect example of where we can really lean on what's already out there and academically and scientifically what's been proven in order to make this actually successful.
All right, thank you very much, Julia. With that, we'll enter into debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate on the amendment can indicate so by raise of hand. Seeing none, I'm going to ask if we can have a motion to approve this by unanimous consent. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Councillor Williamson. At this point, I'm going to ask for a formal motion to approve it. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. And proxy for Councillor Gunderman. Is there any opposition on the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment will stand approved. With that, we'll move back to debate on the main motion. All individuals wishing to take part in debate on the main motion can indicate so at this time. Councillor Collins.
Okay, maybe this is like a little bit petty, but I just wanted to like motion to amend the consultations completed to reflect that Greek life organizations were either consulted with or reached out to, if that's possible.
Yep. I'm going to ask VP Student Life and Councillor Morley, would that be friendly?
Yes, for sure.
All right, I'm going to ask just for the parliamentarian's sake, VP Student Life, if you can just indicate which other constituencies you consulted with.
I could say broadly, Greek life organizations broadly, would that be possible to put that in?
Yeah, we'd accept
Or I can say more specifically like fraternities and sororities, or I can give you all of them, but
Greek life is, we'll do Greek letter organizations, Greek letter organizations, that's perfectly fine. We don't need to go into specifics on that. Councillor Collins, is your hand up from before?
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Julia.
Once again, my apologies. Did tell Maheen I would be doing this. Another amendment I'd like to propose is in section, I just had it, but now I've gone away, 1.2.1, which is training, where it says, in collaboration with the anti-violence coordinators and equity commissioners, if to that sentence we could add the mental health commissioner, so it would read with the anti-violence coordinators, equity commissioners, and mental health commissioner, or in a different order, doesn't matter, to me at least.
Parliamentarian, do you want it repeated or no?
Oh, it's there.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, Councillor Smith, I'm going to assume you'll move that. Thank you very much. Can I have a second on Julia's / Councillor Smith's amendment? Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. VP Student Life, are you amenable to this?
Yep, I am.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll move back into debate on the main motion. I'll note that given that this was friendly, parliamentarian, you can now unhighlight it. Thank you very much. We'll move back into debate on the main motion, and all individuals wishing to take part in debate on the main motion can indicate so at this time. Seeing that, we'll move to a vote. I'm going to ask is there a desire to approve this by unanimous consent? Councillor Smith, Councillor Smith.
Motion to approve by unanimous consent.
Thank you very much, and I'll take Councillor Wan to second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, can we have a motion to approve the motion?
So moved.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life and Councillor Wan. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion regarding the adoption of the Harm Reduction Policy 2021-0311 will stand unanimously approved. With that, we will move on to item 15B, Motion regarding amendments to the internal regulations of governance 2021-0325. This was brought to Legislative Council last time as a notice of motion and will not need to be remotivated. Given this, we're just going to enter directly into debate. I'm going to note that question period rather. I'm going to note that you can also in directing questions, you can ask either the mover or the seconder, or at the very least, if it pertains to perhaps me or the parliamentarian, you could ask us. I know both myself and the parliamentarian were considered and assisted in the drafting of these internal regulations, but obviously default answers to questions will go to the mover or seconder. This point will go into question period. All individuals with questions on the motion can indicate so at this time. Seeing no individuals wishing to take part in question period, we'll enter into debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can indicate so. Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just like to speak in favor of this motion, and I would also like to thank the movers of the motion and the governance manager for meeting with me and accepting amendments I propose to strengthen the presence and usage of the French language within SMU affairs.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll move on. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in debate? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. I'm going to ask if there's a desire to approve this by unanimous consent. Thank you very much. I'll take Councillor Juan and Senator Darianani to second. Is there any opposition to approving this by unanimous consent or motioning to approve it by unanimous consent? Hearing none, we'll now motion to approve. Thank you very much, Councillor Juan and Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? This will also stand unanimously approved. Thank you very much to the individuals for moving and seconding that motion. With that, we'll move on to item 15C, motion regarding amendments to the internal regulations of the Society Finances 2021-0325. I'm going to note that the governance manager sends her thank you to the council for passing the previous motion. With that, this motion, the motion regarding amendments to the internal regulations of the Society's finances has also been entertained as a notice of motion at the last Legislative Council, and thus will not need to be remotivated at this point. We'll go into question period. All individuals wishing to take part in question period can indicate at this time. Seeing no individuals with questions, we'll move into debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can indicate so. Right, once again, it really doesn't matter now that Legislative Council is not going to continue. Just going to note that if you ever encounter consent votes in the future, please just be mindful about what the purpose is and to please use your discretion when using the debate function. With that, we'll move on. Seeing no debate, we'll move on to a vote. Can I have a motion to vote by is there a motion to vote by unanimous consent? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Councillor Juan. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the motion? Thank you very much, Councillor Juan and Councillor Mulvaney. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, this will stand unanimously approved. With that, we'll move on to the next on the agenda. Item 16, new business. We have one item new business this evening. We have the motion condemning systemic anti-Asian racism and violence 2021-0408. This is a new motion, and as such, it will be motivated. VP External, you have 2 minutes to motivate.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So with this motion, I am hoping that Council will approve several resolutions condemning recognizing the distinct and systemic nature of anti-Asian racism, expressing solidarity with peoples and communities of Asian descent, condemning anti-Asian racism, mandating the Office of the VP External to support political campaigns against anti-Asian racism, and also mandating the Executive Committee to issue a public statement accepting this position and like the contents of those resolutions. Reasoning behind this motion, as like we are all like no doubt aware, there has been like a very significant increase in anti-Asian racism and violence throughout the Western world. It's like since the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, this is something that like has been present throughout like Montreal, has been experienced by McGill students of Asian descent at McGill, and has also culminated or has been compounded by other acts of extreme racial terror, especially in the last few weeks. The mass shooting in Atlanta, Georgia, that killed 8 people, 6 of whom were women of Asian descent. And last week, the brutal assault of a 65-year-old Filipino woman in Hell's Kitchen, New York. So although SSMU has taken stances in the past opposing anti-Asian racism over the past year, that has never happened kind of with the backing or with a basis from the Legislative Council. So this motion aims to kind of address that by putting this kind of action, this kind of advocacy through Legislative Council for the first time, adopting those specific resolutions. So that's the motion. That's what it's for. I will leave it there.
Thank you very much, VP External. With that, we'll move into question period. All individuals with questions can indicate so at this time. Seeing no individuals with questions, we'll move into debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can indicate so. I will note that this did not pass by consent vote, and so would recommend for individuals to take part in debate at this time. Seeing no individuals wishing to take part. Oh, SSMU President?
Yes, I just wanted to say I would like to speak in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SSMU President. Councillor Juan.
Sorry, I meant to ask this as a question, so I don't expect a response to that question here anymore. But would the statement be signed under the Executive Committee or under the entire Legislative Council?
VP External, if you'd like to answer that.
Yep, I would be happy to answer. So, so what happened last time the council approved a statement was that the statement was released on behalf of the SSMU Executive Committee, the Legislative Council, and the Board of Directors, because it was approved by each of those bodies. So that was the statement regarding like the pandemic's disproportionate impact on unhoused people and migrant populations. So that's how the statement is currently drafted.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Juan.
Thank you, VP External. I'd like to suggest an amendment to add after Executive Committee in the fourth statement and Legislative Council. So to mandate the Executive Committee and Legislative Council to issue a statement.
Okay, just for clarification, Councillor Juan, that's fine. But in terms of the Legislative Council issuing a statement, what would happen is it would be typically in the past, it would be the same statement, and it would also just say signed by the Legislative Council. The Legislative Council would not be creating an individual statement. They would be lumped together. I'm going to first ask VP External. You can reply. I noticed your hand.
Yeah, sorry. there's a bit more to the answer to like your initial question. So basically, when like the SMU releases statements, like at the top of the statement, it kind of has like who the statement has been like, I guess kind of, yeah, like written on behalf of or like by, and so it would say that like SMU Executive Committee, Legislative Council, and Board of Directors. But at the bottom of the statement, it would say, or like what happened last time is that it would say signed the Student Society of McGill University. So there's like the first part just indicates all of the different bodies that have approved this. So if it like had gone through like the General Assembly, it would say General Assembly as well. But like these three bodies, and then it says like signed by the SSMU, because yeah, like it's been because it has gone through those bodies. So I guess like on that basis, I would perhaps suggest that Councillor One's amendment like be amended to like the Councillor One amend his amendment to say something like that the Legislative Council mandate the Executive Committee to issue a public statement on behalf of the SSMU.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor One.
So moved, and thank you, VP External, for clarifying.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to entertain. Can I have a second? Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Just in case, we're going to do this by we're going to actually do this by a substantive motion. So, Councillor Wan, if you'd like to motivate further, you don't have to.
Yeah, I think it's this. Thank you. It's an important motion, and I think it's important to show the entire student body that both Legislative Council and the Executive Committee are in favor of taking such a stance.
All right, thank you very much. With that, with this motion being approved and seconded, I'm going to ask if there's any individual wishing to speak in the debate on the amendment. Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the amendment by unanimous consent? Well, is there a desire rather? I will take Councillor Smith and Councillor Zhang. Is there hearing any opposition to motioning to approve it by unanimous consent? Seeing none, we'll move on. Can I have a motion to approve the amendment? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Councillor Fernandez. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the amendment will also stand unanimously approved. With that, we'll move back into debate on the main motion. Are there any individuals wishing to take part in debate? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. I'm going to first ask if there's a desire to approve it by unanimous consent. Councillor Wan.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirksu, I assume, to second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, can I have a formal motion to approve? Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Can I have a second? Thank you very much. Proxy for Councillor Gunderman. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion condemning systemic anti-Asian racism and violence 2021-04-08 will stand approved. And with that, we will move into, we have finished our new business and our business overall this evening. So we'll move on to reports. We'll first begin with item 17, reports by committees. And we'll begin with item 17A, report from the Executive Committee. SMU President to present.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the report has been distributed. Let me know if you have any questions about this week's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SMU President. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to the next report. We'll move on to item 12B, report from the Library Improvement Fund Committee. I believe any executive that would like to present this.
Yeah, I can do that.
VP External.
Okay, so this is the report of the Library Improvement Fund Committee. So the scope of the committee is to fund projects that benefit undergrads in McGill libraries. The total fund this year, including the carry forward from last year, is just over $1.1 million. The project's priorities are accessibility, or rather equity, accessibility, longevity, feasibility and student experience, and to advocate for student needs and library issues. So the committee met once in October, once in January, and has a forthcoming meeting. And these are the members of the committee. So Brianna Cheng is the commissioner, the VP University Affairs, one councillor and several members at large. if you could scroll down, parliamentarian. So yeah, some of the key decisions were working with the UGE to fund a student employee in the libraries, and funded projects so far include extended hours, student hires, mobile desks for the music library, archival cards, Indigenous art reframing, and independent work phone booths in the library. That's it.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. Are there any questions on the report of the Library Improvement Fund Committee? Senator Darianani?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, what do the independent vote booths look like, and which libraries will they be at?
VP External or any other executive?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have that answer.
All right, we will yield that. Senator Darianani, if you want to direct that to the VP University Affairs through email, I'm sure that they would be better able to provide a response on that question. With that, we'll move on to the next report. We will move on to item 12C, report from the Equity Committee. SSMU President, is there a committee to be presented?
No report was received from the Equity Committee, so I can send one by email to all of council as soon as I get it, even though we won't be meeting. Okay.
All right, that would be great. Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, we'll move on to item 17D, report from the Indigenous Affairs Committee. Any executive wishing to present?
I can take this one too.
Yep, it makes sense.
Could actually, yeah, parliamentarian, could you zoom in a bit more, please? Yeah, that's great. Thank you. So the Indigenous Affairs Committee is responsible for increasing visibility and advocating for increased representation and services for Indigenous students. The committee works to enforce the Indigenous Solidarity Policy of the SSMU while coordinating with Indigenous student groups to meet the needs of the Indigenous student community. So the committee serves as a representative body of the Indigenous student community of McGill, with representatives from each Indigenous student group on campus. Non-Indigenous members at large provide allyship and aid in the mobilization of the committee. So you can see the membership there. And if you can scroll down, parliamentarian. So the membership of the Indigenous Affairs Committee provides consultation to the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner, and the committee also acts as a body that mobilizes with the support of members at large. So to make the best use of members' time, the meeting format was in the format of an e-newsletter in Google Docs to provide updates and solicit member feedback. So updates are posted regularly and members are heavily encouraged to leave comments and feedback. So the activities of this semester include a postering campaign to increase awareness of mental health resources available on campus and in the Montreal community, arranging subsidies in partnership with the Office for Students with Disabilities to restore note-taking services for Indigenous users, establishing a bursary for Indigenous students experiencing financial difficulties towards the end of the semester, a collaboration with the First People's House on COVID-19 care packages for Indigenous students, participation in the Board Ad Hoc Committee on Naming, name selection and consultations with former Indigenous Affairs Commissioners, Indigenous staff at McGill, and attempted consultations with Indigenous community groups such as the First People's Justice Centre of Montreal and the Native Women's Shelter of Montreal, which were unfortunately overwhelmed, dealing with COVID-19 homelessness crises. Participation in the User Services Functional Planning Group for the Fiat Lux project, an advisory group for a project aimed at redesigning the Redpath McLennan Library. Participation in the Indigenous Inclusion Committee, whose mandate is to increase Indigenous visibility and representation within McGill's Faculty of Engineering. Co-hosting Art Night, a bicentennial event celebrating Indigenous student talent. participation in the creation of the Forgotten Names video and report, which was a documentary about James McGill's involvement in the trade in enslaved people, designing a plan for future Indigenous Affairs team comprised of 6 Indigenous student positions, and the undertaking of hiring for the new Indigenous Equity Researcher and Indigenous Affairs Secretary General. And finally, working on collaborative mural projects within the SSMU building with the Black Affairs Commissioner, and participation in the First People's Justice Centre of Montreal's Board of Directors as a community outreach initiative, and attending virtual board meetings.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. With that, we'll go into question period. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report. Report from the Services Review Committee, VP Student Life.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. So this is the report of the Services Review Committee, which happens every year. So this year we reviewed all of the services. And so one of the important things to mention here is that we adapted our methodology to allow for conditional passes. So in this report, pretty much every service this year, there were no services that failed. All of them either received passes or conditional passes. We did the process the same as most years, where we did interviews with each of the services. We did self-reports where the services would complete like Google Forms to assess their own service. We also did external surveys where members of the community would sort of give their feedback on how they found each service, and then direct service audits. So each of us within the Services Review Committee would go to a service and then audit it ourselves. And so if you scroll down, we reviewed on, we essentially reviewed every single service here. All of them received a pass from us. We especially wanted to recognize that all of these services had to adapt quickly, and it was an enormous challenge, I think, this year because of the onset of the pandemic. And so we wanted to take that into consideration when we did this. And essentially you'll find more details about each service in the report. And then lastly, we weren't able to audit the Muslim Students Association due to the fact that it was so new as a service, but we will in the next report. But that's it for my report. I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report. Report of item 17F, report from the GSVP Committee. Parliamentarian, do we have that one?
Nope.
It's labeled as the our turn.
Okay.
Oh, I see. I just mislabeled it. Sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Perfect. Thank you very much. SSMU President to motivate or present.
Sure. So the scope of the task force is a means to centralize anti-sexual violence initiatives across campus organizations, and it's the primary advocacy branch for preventing and combating sexual violence on campus. The task force draws their inspiration from the Our Turn National Action Plan to end campus sexual violence, and seeks to bring together McGill students across various departments engaged in anti-sexual violence work, and provide a safe space for sharing information, brainstorming collective efforts, and identifying further activities. So they met 6 times throughout the fall semester and winter semester, and there were no key decisions that were made this year. Over the year, they discussed policy developments, initiatives to streamline sexual violence policies, and ways to ameliorate communications between organizations. So if there's any questions on like specific things that they discussed throughout the year, you can definitely send them to me in email. I'll get the answers to you by email.
Okay, thank you very much, SSMU President. I'm just going to note we aren't going to entertain questions just given that, so we'll direct all questions to president@smu.ca. With that, we'll move on to the next agenda item, the report of the club committee. VP Student Life.
Oh, actually, first, the services review, I think there's a motion, yeah.
Yes, you're very much correct. Can we have a motion to suspend the rules to return to that item? Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll take VP Finance to second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, I'm going to first ask, can we just have a motion to approve it by unanimous consent? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second? Thank you very much, VP Finance. I have a motion to approve it. Thank you very much, VP Finance and Councillor Collins. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the recommendations from the Services Review Committee will stand unanimously approved. With that, we'll move on to item 12H, report from the Club Committee. Oh, parliamentarian, which one? We'll do what?
We have both. We have both.
Okay, we'll
so
do finance.
On the agenda, we can start with finance, yeah.
Okay. We'll move on to the report from the Finance Committee. VP Finance.
Yep, thank you. So this is a review of the SMU investment portfolio. So if you scroll down to the introduction overview, so the SMU Finance Committee is tasked with overseeing, reviewing, and making recommendations for the Society's investment portfolio. This report is a culmination of this process, which occurs yearly. So on March 15th, 2021, the SMU investment manager, Leicester Asset Management, provided the SMU with an account position report, which reflected the portfolio's holdings as of March 12th, 2021. The full account position report is available in Appendix 1, but can be summarized by the following key points. So, the Society's investment portfolio has a market value of $4,202,417.16. The portfolio is balanced as follows, so 0.9% of it is cash, 49.2% of it is corporate bonds, 9% is preferred shares, 34% is equity investments, and 6.9% is other. And the rate of return is as follows. So last month, no, I'm not going to go through that. That's just a lot of numbers. Yeah, you can read it there in the report. So if you scroll down to SMU standards, the standards for reviewing the Society's investment portfolio are prescribed in the internal regulations of the Society's finances, as well as a few policies and positions throughout the governance documents. So overall, the purpose is, as a student society, the society must constantly strive to act in the best interests of its members. And when it comes to investing money, the society recognizes that this money belongs to the members and thus shall ensure any investment in corporations or governments is in the best interest of the membership. So for the guidelines, in order to ensure that money is invested in the interests of its members, the society shall avoid investing in companies and governments with material interests in 1, socially harmful areas, for example, weapons and tobacco. 2, human rights abuses, for example, child/sweatshop labor and political oppression. And 3, environmentally harmful areas, so pollution and destruction of habitat. And we shall further prioritize companies with a proven track record of positive contributions to the environment, promotion of sound employment practices, and high standards of corporate governance and transparency. So for the enforcement of this, the Finance Committee shall be responsible for reviewing the investments, as I said earlier, as outlined in those governance documents. So if you scroll down to page 6, for the methods of evaluation, so the SMU Finance Committee met on Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021, I should say, to review the investment portfolio. The account position report in Appendix 1 was circulated amongst the committee members 1 week prior to the meeting for their initial review. And at the meeting, we discussed each section of the portfolio, identified investments that may be in violation of SMU's policies, and finalized a number of recommendations. So, there were some difficulties with the evaluation that the Finance Committee thought necessary to bring up. We felt that sections 4 and 5 of the internal regulations of the Society's finances don't necessarily provide sufficient guidance. Particularly, the committee struggled with the following items. So 1, what degree of proximity is required between a company's operations and the list of divested interests articulated in section 4.2, and where is the line drawn? What specific definitions for section 4.2 should be used? And do the guidelines apply only to equity investments, or what about debt instruments or other investment tools? I will note that third point was recently amended in the Internal Regulations of Finance, so that is now clarified. With that being said, the Finance Committee was able to flag a number of investments, and it should be noted that we cast a wide net in our search. It may be that the scope of our analysis was too wide,
but the Legislative Council should not be too wary to override the recommendations of the Finance Committee. So if you scroll down, these are the investments that were flagged. So first of all, Dollarama Incorporated, just for domestic labor conditions and cultural appropriation. There's Pollard Banknote for promoting and facilitating lottery. Loblaw companies for price fixing bread, tax evasion, foreign labor conditions, and domestic pay controversy. Sienna Senior Living for COVID outbreaks and privatized healthcare, and the Canadian National Railway for transportation of fossil fuels and related products. So moving on to the recommendations of the Finance Committee for Legislative Council. The SMU Finance Committee proposes the following two recommendations. One, that SMU should divest from the above list flagged investments in their entirety, and two, the SMU should prioritize revising and clarifying the guidelines for the annual review of the investment portfolio. I will stand for questions. Okay, good, it was Dash. Okay, I'll stand for questions.
Great, thank you very much. All individuals with questions can indicate so at this time. Hearing none, given that this is actionable, can I have a motion to approve the finance report? Thank you very much, Councillor Collins and Councillor Fernandez. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, it will stand unanimously approved. With that, we will move on to the report from the Clubs Committee. VP Student Life to motivate, or present rather.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and also thank you, parliamentarian, for catching the motion for the Services Review Committee. The Clubs Committee has met this week. We also met last week and reviewed our 17 interim club applications that were submitted by the deadline. If you'll scroll down, you'll see the full list of clubs that we approved, those that we denied, and yeah, and the constitutions we approved as well. I'm not sure if there weren't. I think there was like one or two, but yeah, that is the Clubs Committee report. I will stand for any questions that folks might have.
All right, thank you very much. VP Student Life, are there any questions? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the Clubs Committee report? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second? Thank you very much, Senator Parsons. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the Clubs Committee report will also stand approved. With that, we'll move on to item 18, reports by councillors, and we'll begin with item 13A, report from Councillor Collins Arts.
Okay, hi everyone. So here's my report. My name is Paige. I'm one of the 4 representatives from AUS sitting on SMU. I'm in my 3rd or 2 year of poli-sci and history, and I can be reached at artsrep1@smu.ca. And I have no more office hours this year because it's basically done. But if you did want to talk AUS or SMU, I'm always happy to chat. So general business of the AUS. So we met for our very last session of council on Tuesday. We had a visit from some faculty representatives. So we had Lucy Latch and Michael Fernandez visit to discuss our experiences with the online winter 2021 semester and kind of look forward to the fall 2021 semester to see what we can improve upon. So that was good. They stayed for like a solid hour. And then we also received the Frosh 2020 report from the Equity Commissioners. So I uploaded the report, like I put the link to the report on my report if anyone else is interested in seeing that, just to kind of maybe get some ideas for how they could improve their Frosh and make that more equitable. So yeah, some of the main recommendations were to better integrate the equity portfolio into Frosh events, just for a stronger equity presence, and also ensure that the hiring processes for different Frosh positions reflects the diversity of the AUS student body. And then on our previous session of AUS Legislative Council, we selected the 3rd arts rep. So that will be Asa Ford, for serving as like the arts representative for the 2021-2022 school year. So that's exciting. We deliberated and voted on a few motions. I'm pretty sure they all passed, if I recall correctly. So for AUS Executive Committee, most of us are just wrapping up our portfolios right now and transitioning the incoming executives, and as well as helping them with the hiring process. The Valedictorian Selection Committee is meeting this week to discuss applicants The AUS awards were announced on Wednesday, April 7th, and congratulations to Chip Smith for being named Counselor of the Year for AUS. Very big deal. And then Epic is planning a final survival kit initiative, so you can like send little final survival kits to your friends, and then the proceeds will be donated to a local organization in Montreal. And then for Frosh, we're currently still interviewing and hiring for co-work positions. Yeah, so personal business, I'm really excited to begin my term as an arts senator on May 1st. So I'm looking forward to hopefully working with many of you again, and I plan on finishing out the rest of my term on the board of directors over the summer. Thank you so much to this new executive, the dais, and my fellow councillors for such an awesome year on Legislative Council, and congratulations to everyone graduating, and to everyone returning next year. I do really hope to work with you in some capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Collins. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report. The report from Councillor Mulvaney, Athletics.
Hey guys, I'm James. I'm in my third year as well. It's been a pleasure working with everyone this year. Gonna keep this nice and short. Unfortunately, most of the news out of athletics these days is pretty negative, but we're gonna keep a positive tone. So the Varsity Council has been meeting throughout the weekly throughout the semester. Right now, we're trying to figure out how to set up the Varsity Gala, which will happen on the 11th. It will also be announced who will be the next athletics representative to SSMU, so watch with great interest. Overall, like many of you have experienced this semester, we've faced a relatively low demand for virtual events and bonding sessions. We're trying to learn from that and move forward, and honestly just have our fingers crossed for the fall. Right now, fall sports are highly uncertain, if not highly unlikely. And the current financial state of athletics, along with everything happening in Quebec, would render most of those sports pretty difficult to justify from the school. So as I said, not looking too good, but we're all of our fingers crossed. There was a big discussion over March about how to better promote female athletics through McGill Athletics, whether that was staggering game times or updating kind of promotions around games to be more focused on the female sports. And this happened in response to the obvious inequities that appeared throughout the NCAA March Madness tournament. So yeah, we're trying to find a better way to just facilitate that for the next year. The McGill Varsity page is a great page for anyone to follow if interested. They do a really good job of communicating day-to-day events that McGill Athletics may miss out on, including the highly demanded esports leagues that happened this year. So if anybody or any of your constituents would care for smoke in NHL, PGA, 2K, or FIFA, there's very high demand for those events this year, and we got a lot of good competition. And then the bigger picture with the MARAB committee, which is, for lack of a better term, the bigwigs of McGill Athletics. We have our end of the year meeting on the 22nd. We do have a new executive director of McGill Athletics. His name is Jeff Phillips. Very kind and welcoming gentleman. If you guys have any questions, he's an email away. We're still going to proceed with virtual anti-hazing courses, which are very important right now for the state of athletics with the the current 15-year history of the McGill has had to deal with hazing incidents. So we are continuing to kind of be flexible with that and make sure that all student athletes complete the proper anti-hazing courses. Right now, the largest concern in athletics is a financial one. There is no athletics improvement fee. This has been shot down with the moratorium on ancillary fees. So to kind of recuperate for that loss, there's going to be a 3% increase in the general athletics fee for fiscal year 2022. However, there will be more updates to come on how McGill Athletics will somehow balance their budget. And this is kind of old news, but it's been a while since I gave you guys an update. So we are officially the McGill Redbirds. I hope that satisfies as many members as possible. I think it's a great name and gives even more meaning to Marty the Martlet. So overall, there's still online fitness courses that I would very highly recommend to anybody who is interested. Obviously, these times are very hard to kind of be physically active. Hopefully the warm weather helps. However, the recent announcement on gyms was, yeah, not the greatest of ones, but we're all moving forward accordingly. And also, one final piece of little news. As many of you know, the McGill 24 results I think they're going to be announced in the coming weeks. And I think that McGill announced that they were going to match 50 cents for every dollar that student groups were able to raise throughout the M24 fundraiser. So that should really help the financial situation of a lot of sports teams and a lot of student programs that may otherwise not have access to adequate funding. At the end of the day, McGill Athletics is always here for all SMU members. It's been a pleasure to work with you guys this year. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it's really been an honor. So yeah, that's my email. Never had office hours. I'm always an email away. So if you guys have any questions or concerns, feel free to hit that link. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mulvaney. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report. Moving on to item 13C, report from the Arts and Science Representative, Councillor Litvina.
Hi. So yes, this is a good year, and I'm very happy to have been on council with you. So the first update is that elections took place over the months of February and March. All spots are currently filled except for VP internal, which will be filled at some point appointment style. Currently, the form has been posted, and so it'll be likely set this Monday. As well, we had a Meals from Milton Park event take place on Thursday, March 18th and Friday the 19th, which is supervised by our VP internal. Our first year exec had spent the entire year planning events for the first year, and they have currently continued, including this SACS networking event, which is the Cognitive Science Society that is kind of part-ish art side. As well, so the equity chairs have been, so we recently have new equity chairs, and they have been able to attend training and started working on their portfolio and their just reports and such. As well, we have applied for an arts improvement fund. We had a closing order that was recently released, and it was announced in a listserv. And go to the next page. We have had our continuing meetings that are weekly for executives and bi-weekly for the council, which involves members from the other council kind of underneath art side. As well, our flash coordination application are closed, and our current VP internal should be continuing planning until the new VP is elected. For SACS and MES, which are the environmental and the cognitive science departments, MES continued to hold prof talks all of this year, and SACS has continued holding events such as the Cognitive Science Cafe and has partnered with the First Year Association for networking event for post-undergrad / careers. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Litvina. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move to the next report. We'll move on to item 13D, report from the nursing representative, Councillor Ge. All right, given that I don't, yeah, Councillor Smith.
I was gonna say, I don't think Councillor Ge is here. I just quickly ran the name.
All right, we're not gonna postpone. We're gonna give so in motion for 2 minutes so we can read the report. So moved. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson and VP Finance. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, 2-minute recess has been granted. 2147. We'll move on to the next Legislative Council item. Item 18, I believe. Report from the music representative. Councillor Khododadi, you may now present.
Hi everyone. Sorry if you can't see me. My internet connection is pretty bad, so that's why I didn't open my camera. So I'm Mitra, and I go by she and her pronouns. I'm a faculty program major, and I'm minoring in music education and theory. So my report is pretty short. We had our constitution referendum, and it was approved. Our MUSA's executive election was about 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, and we're having 3 new members, a group for our VP events and a member for VP finance. We are having Student Life Fund for music students, which is giving funding to music projects. And we're having a bit of a lot of concerns with practice rooms booking system. It's not very organized, and people are having a lot of difficulty booking practice rooms, and it's a very crucial thing for music students, so we're working on it. And we're selling Schulich merch again, and also we're considering adding more representatives to MUSA. For now, we're having music education representative, but we're considering adding jazz representatives and early music and other departments. And these are our previous and upcoming meetings, and that's all. So I don't have office hours, but you can email me all the time. And that's all for me. I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Khododadi. For questions, Senator Parsons.
Thank you, Councillor Khododadi, for your report. I just want to congratulate you on your re-election, and I can't wait to hear more from you on Legislative Council next year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Parsons. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report. Report from the residents' representative, Councillor Nelson.
Hey everyone, thank you, Speaker. So I'm a first year. I'm in the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. My name is Lucas Nelson, double majoring in computer science and economics. So residence has been busy this year for not the best reasons. I'm the VP internal for Interresidential Council. So that's where most of the activity has been taking place. So this year we've made updates to the residence constitution, specifically concerning who has the ability to sign off on payments on behalf of council. We'd run into problems with members being stuck outside of Montreal because of restrictions, especially after winter break. And so there were serious problems for reimbursements. We've tried to streamline that process. So I should mention we've been meeting on a weekly basis since September. And in addition to that, we've scheduled monthly meetings with the Dean of Students to discuss the challenges students and residents have faced with COVID-19 restrictions. Among other things, we discussed widespread evictions in residents during the Ontario 2021 semester, the responsibilities of floor fellows regarding COVID-19 violations and how they should be charged with reporting them, because they are the go-to kind of trustworthy person in residence. Then the discretion of McGill residential security and options for students regarding complaints, because we've received a lot of them. Establishing better long-term communication between the Dean's office and students and residents by having IRC serve as a point of contact between the two, because people were not being informed of updates such as the 3-strike policy being eliminated kind of out of the blue. And then setting up monthly meetings between IRC and the Dean of Students next year to follow up on our progress together this year to kind of carry this forward beyond just COVID. So we agree to have the Dean communicate disciplinary and procedural changes to the IRC, which we then plan on following up with kind of initial feedback from members of the IRC in these monthly meetings These won't be myself and the other members since it's only first years in residence, except for the 4 fellows. And so it'll be newly elected members. We'll streamline that process by meeting with them and the Indigenous students next September. And then we want to establish surveys discussing discussion opportunities for more general student feedback as time passes, so that the administration has some input as to how their policies are being implemented and received. We want to make students aware of the changes to avoid miscommunication issues, like I mentioned earlier with the 3 strike policy. A lot of people were not aware of that. And so we want to use emails, listservs, anything at the disposal of our life. And then the dean can then relay this feedback to the individuals involved in drafting disciplinary changes, especially regarding the student handbook, because those changes are often minor and hard to find. And as a result, we really want to make sure people are aware of those changes because they're important and they affect their rights in residence. And then, so in terms of what we've organized, IRC organized a holiday package delivery event to residences in late November 2020. The council is also currently running a skunks event for students in residence. We'll be handing out prizes over the next week. It's been really hard to organize events in residence as students are being evicted. They don't have really the mental space for that. And so as the number of students in residence has dwindled and those in residence have been worried about disciplinary hearings, it's just been really chaotic to try and coordinate that, but we're glad we've managed to at least get one event semester in, and we've had fairly good turnout with the skunks event, almost 50 people, I think. So that's been a positive note and otherwise quite bleak year for residents. And then finally, IRC members will be submitting exit reports by April 24th as part of the new constitution. And then just finally, in terms of University Residence Council, so URC meets, it's supposed to meet once a month, I believe, to offer the opportunities for students on hall councils to ask questions to members of student housing and hospitality services, SHUSH. And unfortunately, we've only been able to get that meeting going twice this past year. We hope that's going to change this next year. It should. But we discussed issues like refunds to IRC members for event organization. So that led to that constitutional change, among other things. And then questions about refund options for students paying out of pocket for meals while awaiting disciplinary hearings. So specifically, if they're paying out of pocket for meals and then they get their record expunged, they're cleared of any wrongdoing, and then they return it to residents, how are those costs going to be covered, because that can be significant. And then finally, still more complaints about behavior security in residence. So we will be holding another URC meeting on Monday, April 12th, 2021, and that should be our last one for the semester. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me at IRC Rep. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on. Oh, VP External? VP External?
Sorry. Thank you for the report. Really detailed. Could you elaborate a bit on like so you mentioned at the very end complaints about the behavior of security in residence. Yeah, just like what kind of the behavior is that was there were complaints about.
Of course. So it's been a sensitive topic, but we've successfully addressed it with the dean and at URC. So some of the complaints, actually the majority of complaints we heard is something of an abuse of authority. So either trying to catch students red-handed by, for example, knocking and then hiding and then trying to catch them off guard, listening over doors. I've had that personally. I've experienced that with listening through the walls and the doors, accusing students, for example, stories of students studying in the room, for example, in Solon specifically, where it's separate rooms from the apartment. There were people over for seeing one of the roommates, and the other roommate was in the room studying with music. They didn't know there were other people in the room. They got evicted for having people in the apartment. So matters like that, just being insensitive and specifically making the students feel unsafe around the security. And so yeah, that was most of the points, I think.
Thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report from Councillor Fernandez. We will note that this was postponed from the last legislative council, I believe. With that, Councillor Fernandez, you may present.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Lorna. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm one of the 3 science representatives. Some updates. First of all, the 2021-2022 executives were approved and ratified at General Council. The last one was the executive administrator, who was approved last night, which was our last General Council meeting. The 2021-2022 referendum results are published here in this link, so you can check it out if you want. The current executives are working on exit reports and having their transition meetings. I think there's only like a couple left of those. The following motions were passed at General Council. They're mostly about amendments to departmental constitutions like Bucks, MES, or MSPS. About involvement, the appointed position package applications have been extended until April 11th, which I believe is this Saturday. The applications to be leader, coordinator, or staff for FROSH. Okay, I sent this on Saturday, which was supposed to close on Sunday, but it has been extended, so it closes on the 14th now, and interviews will start soon after that. Applications to be captain in science games closed on March 29th, and the science games will take place in May. The VP Internal and Grad Ball Committee are looking for possible options on how to make Grad Ball happen, and they will have more information in the upcoming weeks. The Mental Health Committee has a free breathwork session every Wednesday, so you can check it out on the Instagram page. The Charity Week, which took place the week of March 15th, was really successful, and we're really happy about that. The Sponsorship Committee is working on a giveaway focused on local businesses. To participate, you can look into the SES sponsorship page on Instagram. Can you scroll down a bit, please? Thank you. And most of the departments are currently having their elections, so all the upcoming executives will be known very soon. More personal updates. The Affordable Student Housing Committee is collaborating with UTIL, and they're working on a study to understand issues relating to housing that affects the Canadian students. And so they sent out a survey on April 1st, I think, to collect data for the project they're working on. And the goal is to better understand the needs of university tenants and putting student housing on the radar of the government. So if you could fill out the survey, you can access it in both in French and English, and it takes less than 10 minutes. That would be great and very helpful. The link is here, and it's also on the email. And then lastly, I will be serving as a 2021-2022 VP External for the SUS. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Fernandez. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on. We'll move on to the last report from Councillor Ge. Given that Councillor Ge is not present, then we have a motion for a 2-minute recess so Council can review. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. May I have a second? Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, 2-minute recess has been granted. that, we'll call Legislative Council back to order at 22:03. We'll move on to the next item. We'll report from executives. We'll begin with the report from the SMU president. SMU president, you may now present.
Thank you. So as usual, there's the weekly Senate caucus that happens, and April Senate's coming up. I also, like, in this entire report, I just put like what's coming up for the next until the end of my term. So there might be some things that haven't yet been done. So Senate's meeting on the week of April 20th. So is the Board of Governors. And then they're also meeting during the month of May. So Senate will meet the week of May 12th, and the Board of Governors will meet the week of May 15th. In terms of personal projects, I'm currently working on my exit report, and then just setting up meetings with SMU full-time staff to see how we can increase the relationship between the full-time staff and the executives. So those will probably be happening over the next few weeks. And so for committees, BOMCOM, and I think I talked about this last week in terms of the test trial that's going on. So if the University Center does indeed open up to the public, you'll likely see portable charging stations in the University Center that you can use as a part of this test trial for the fall semester. The steering committee met, that report was given earlier. Bacon met, that we also discussed what was discussed at Bacon earlier, so I'll skip over that. Health and Dental Review Committee met. I think the Vice President of Finance will talk a bit more about that, but I'll just say that it's a great committee. And if anyone's returning to council next year, definitely recommend sitting on that. In terms of meetings, so I think I talked about this before, but I have standing meetings between Principal Fortier and the it was supposed to be the PGSS SecGen, but that position is currently vacant, so I think it's their VP academic. We just keep each other updated on new things that are going on. Now, the last meeting was pretty short just because I think this time of the year is kind of dry, but we're working on setting up a transition meeting, with our incumbents. With the people who are taking over for our positions. There were meetings for the IRs of governance that was presented earlier today. The execs met briefly to go over the statement in regards to the anti-Asian racism motion that we approved earlier today. There was also a UCRU strategic plan review. So UCRU is again the Universities for Canadian Research Intensive, or undergraduate for Canadian Research Intensive University. Sorry, that acronym always gets me. So they're coming up with their strategic plan, so we're just kind of going over that. The president-elect and I will be meeting with the Dean of Students as a sort of transition meeting as well in the next couple weeks. And then in terms of events or updates, there was supposed to be a meeting with the 1989 SMU team, but that kind of fell through the cracks. So we're going to reschedule so that we can have both the 1989, or not both, but all of the 1989, our year, and then the new execs. So that's going to happen during the month of May. So it'll be 3 sets of SMU execs, which will be fun. There is a judicial board hearing. So the board of directors sent the name of the motion is escaping me, but the one that came from the GA, in regards to the divestiture human rights policy, the board of directors sent that to the judicial board just to make sure it's constitutionally correct. And so that hearing is on Monday. If anyone wants to attend, I think it's being publicized on Facebook. For anyone who ordered SMU merch, I know there's been questions about financing and also when they're arriving. We're working on the financing part, so don't worry, you haven't missed any emails or anything. Should be coming soon. The orders will also be in at some point next week. So for those of you who are going to be picking it up, you'll get an email from me in regards to both the pickup time as well as how to pay for it. And then for those of you who need it shipped, it'll be shipped out later that same week. I'll try and get the tracking numbers for that as well. And then upcoming, I have a Fall 7 Selection Committee meeting with Indigenous students and whoever else is on that committee. I haven't received any updates based on that yet, but I think we're just picking the students who are going to represent McGill at this conference, and then I'm just setting up meetings for the executive elects during the month of May. So that's the end of my report, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, we'll go into question period. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you. My question was just about the judicial board hearing. Could you elaborate with what you mean by constitutionally correct?
Sure. So constituents raised some concerns about the motion, that it would potentially violate the SSMU Constitution, given that the directors are not experts in the SSMU Constitution. We wanted to refer it to the judicial board so that they can let us know whether or not it would potentially violate the Constitution before we ratify it.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next executive report. Parliamentarian, thank you very much. The report from VP Finance.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll start with general finances and accounting. So as you all saw, next fiscal year's budget is complete. Thank you all for approving that. Next step is just bringing it through the board of directors for further approval. Once that's approved, it'll be put on the website for the membership in like a more digestible format. For the finance committee, the finance committee reviewed SMU's investment portfolio, and the report was presented tonight. For funding, the funding committee does continue to meet, and the list of approved applications can be found at the bottom of the report as always. And for funding applications, the funding applications are open until April 17th. So if you know anyone who's interested in applying, please make sure that they get in those applications before then, because the final meeting for the funding committee is on April 19th, and that is the meeting that we will review all the final funding applications. So for the SMU Awards of Distinction, the application deadline was extended by a week. It turns out that extension was necessary because like 15 people applied during that week, so that kind of worked out. And then the recipients of the award will be decided on April 19th as well. For clubs and services, I don't know why it formatted like that again with the underline, but anyway, for the banking transition process, still developing the flowchart outlining the club banking transition process with the club finance coordinator, but it's looking great so far. I'm excited to give it to next year's team to make things a little bit easier for them. And for services, honestly pretty quiet over the past 2 weeks. Kind of the only major thing that I thought of presenting to council was Nightline is working on potentially giving stipends to their volunteers next year. So that's just a coordination between Nightline, HR, and VP Student Life and me. For the Health and Dental Review Committee, Jamarek mentioned it briefly. It is a fantastic committee. I would 100% recommend anyone interested next year in going on the committee to do so. But what we did most recently was we reviewed the insurance reports that were generated from student care. If you're interested in seeing those reports, you can just look at the agenda for the Health and Dental Review Committee. The links are all there. And we discussed some potential options for expanded coverage next year. So that includes expanded mental health coverage, as well as giving access to the Dialogue telemedicine app on your phone free again for members on the health plans. And we are going to meet one last time on April 15th at 2 p.m. If you're interested in attending, feel free to let me know. It should be fairly interesting. And for other things that happened, Spin, the third event, was a success and a lot of fun. I actually had the privilege of participating as a participant, I suppose, and I had an absolute blast doing so. So shout out to Spin, that was a lot of fun. And the committee member exit reports have been finalized. As well, the internal logistics coordinator has developed an exit report for the benefit of next year's VP Internal. And then lastly, just a general thank you. Thank you all so much. You were all super amazing. It was an absolute privilege to work with you all. It has been a wonderful year. I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report, and the report from the VP Student Life to present.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So for my report, I'll just try to keep it brief. For clubs, I met with a lot of clubs during my office hours and outside of my office hours to work on their applications, because we have now finished essentially reviewing new applications from clubs, and our last club committee meeting was April 6th. Our club portal meetings are underway. We are, of course, studying between Adventist and campus labs, and we're in consultations with some clubs and services. We had our first meeting for that today. And also the transition process is underway. I'm working with the comptroller and the VP Finance to help transition the clubs for next year. For services, the SRC met on the 7th, and so actually this is incorrect. We approved the SRC report today, so that's all good. For mental health, I did a check-in with the mental health commissioner, or I've done a few check-ins since last council. Wellness World, which is the digital wellness portal, it's currently with McGill IT and procurement, and so yeah, essentially we're waiting for more info from them. And then we've also, the mental health commissioner has also had meetings with Dialogue to discuss telehealth services and also insurance and what is going to happen to the rebate that we get. We're also hiring for next year's advocacy and outreach coordinators soon. And then finally, for miscellaneous items, I'm meeting with Joan Butterworth from Campus Life and Engagement to discuss getting involved webinars for next year. I'm working on an exit report for the new VP Student Life. Carla, big congrats to her. And also I attended the BOD meeting last Thursday. That's it for my report. I will stand for questions.
Thank you very much. VP Student Life, are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the last report of the evening, report from the VP External.
Sorry. Yes, I can present my report. Thank you, parliamentarian. So yeah, beginning with external affairs and federal political affairs, the UCRU Board of Directors met today 2 weeks ago, where we discussed and approved sending advocacy letters to the major federal political parties, approved the officer elections the officer elections timeline, and also we discussed the strategic plan. We had like a first discussion of the strategic plan. Earlier this week, I had a meeting with the execs to review the strategic plan, and just today in today's board meeting, we kind of discussed the strategic plan and just like the concerns and the suggestions that we had. So what's going to happen is that plan will be brought to the UCRU's governance committee next week. So I'll be attending that meeting just to kind of go through like all of the suggested amendments. We had a check-in with the UCRU chair regarding bylaw approval. That was 2 Fridays ago now. I had intended to bring a motion to today's council session to approve the bylaws, but there were just some hiccups along the way, basically, that I encountered in conversation with the governance manager. So that's something that we're still following up on. If it's to be approved, it will have to only go. It obviously can't come to council anymore. There's a bit of a question mark about that, unfortunately, but that's how these timelines go. And then advocacy committee meeting was cancelled. So moving on to provincial and municipal political affairs. 2 weeks ago, the provincial budget was announced. And so some items of some salient items for like student associations were the elimination of interest on student loans from April 1st of this year to March 1st of next year. $100 for all full-time students at colleges and universities for each of the fall 2020 and winter 2020 semesters. $145 million over the next 5 years towards student health and well-being, and $369 million towards increasing university graduation rates to 80% by 2022 to 2023 from like 79% and 77% for undergraduate and graduate students respectively. Also 2 weeks ago, there was a meeting of the Coalition Non à la Loi 21, where basically a proposal was raised to hold a kind of, I guess, like flash or like spontaneous demonstration if the decision from the Superior Court regarding Bill 21, regarding like the legitimacy, like the legality of Bill 21 upholds the law. So yes, this decision is to be expected like anytime between like now and I think it's like the beginning or sometime in June. So yeah, working on that, had a preparatory meeting of the kind of subcommittee to work on the protest planning last week. With respect to political research and infrastructure, it's just kind of ongoing reviews on my end of the political researchers' work. So moving into community affairs. The final meeting of the Affordable Student Housing Committee took place two Mondays ago, where we reviewed the proposed amendments to the Affordable Student Housing position and the committee terms of reference. So thank you all for approving those unanimously. If you could scroll down, parliamentarian. The Community Engagement Committee met last week, where we reviewed the responses to the council outreach that we conducted and began sort of compiling that information. It will be a work in progress between myself, the Community Affairs Commissioner, and perhaps the incoming VP External to compile that information and just like develop that into kind of an orientation for next year's committee activity. With respect to Milton Park and Peter McGill, like the main event like for Milton Park and Peter McGill Trash to Treasure the preparation is underway. So like I spent 2 weeks ago was just like we going over the service offer with like execs, with the Community Affairs Commissioner, figuring those things out, submitted the funding application, it was approved, thank God, and was just presented in the VP Finances report. Having since last week weekly check-ins with the SSMU team and the Community Affairs Commissioner. So SSMU is the non-profit that operates, that kind of like has a contract to conduct like the activity of the écoquartier for the Peter McGill district of the Ville-Marie Borough. So SSMU is the group that does that work. And then, then there was a meeting of the CKT Board of Directors last Tuesday. On to political campaigns. There was a meeting, I met with I met with Divestment Guild just to kind of discuss some updates and discuss some of their like planned activity and just answer some questions really. General touching base with the McGill Corporate Accountability Project on their Dollarama campaign. We actually had our first meeting, we had like a kind of proper kind of strategic planning, I guess, meeting today. So it's not reflected in these in this report. But then moving on to Office and Governance Communications. Yeah, we've just been kind of coordinating promotion for the flash survey with the Community Affairs Commissioner. Those are the links. Thank you also to Councillor Fernandez for sharing it in her report. I encourage you all to share it with your constituents and to fill it out yourselves. It's really important that we get a good number of students to fill out this survey so that we can have representative data that can be used to inform the understanding of, especially the Affordable Student Housing Committee, of the situation that McGill students face in the housing market. So please share that widely and fill it out yourselves. A few interviews with the McGill Tribune, as I think the president mentioned, check in with the executives regarding a statement condemning anti-Asian racism. That should be coming out shortly. On finance and HR, just regular check-ins with the casual staff and with the HR director. And if you could scroll down, parliamentarian. On to governance. So yeah, consultation with Non-Alal and the Muslim Law Students Association on the freedom of religion position. Check-ins with the governance manager regarding the aisles of governance, UCRU bylaw adoption, and just other items. I had a number of check-ins with the Gender and Sexuality Commissioner to work on the position on gender equity, as well as like consultations with several stakeholders on that position, as well as the position on freedom of religion, and then consultation with the Pan-Asian Collective on the motion condemning systemic anti-Asian racism. Then just other office stuff, committee meetings, so the Black Affairs Committee, the BACON, and the Gender and Sexuality Advocacy Committee. Had to do a little bit of work setting up my status as a signing authority for the Push Fund Board of Directors, and yeah, just writing letters of recommendation for the Student Society Awards of Distinction. So that is it. Thank you to all of the councillors and to the dais for this experience at council. Thank you all for bearing with my slow talking as well. And that is it.
Thank you very much. VP External, are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to the next item on the agenda.
Point of personal privilege.
Councillor Smith.
Madam Speaker, I've sent a late motion up to the dais, so I would like a motion to suspend the standing orders to introduce a motion of thanks to the dais and the SMU staff. You and Wing should have it, or you and the parliamentarian should have it.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
I will second if possible.
Thank you very much, Senator Parsons. Is there any opposition?
No.
All right, parliamentarian will pull it up.
I don't think I need to give it too much of a motivation here. It has been I think I speak for every councillor, every senator, every director in saying that it's been an incredible honor working with all of you this year. You guys have done such an amazing job, particularly with the circumstances that we were dealt due to COVID. And we just really want to put our thanks on the record. So Addie and I, Senator Parsons and I drafted this up this afternoon. And I think if you ask for a motion of unanimous consent, if there was a motion of unanimous consent, I think you'd find for passing this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Senator Parsons. We'll go into question period. All individuals wishing to take part in questions can indicate so at this time. SMU President.
Yes, I'm wondering how many people were consulted.
Councillor Smith or Senator Parsons.
Can I answer this because I wrote the motion?
Yep.
This is the best part of any motion I've ever written. So I put under consultations, I consulted with members of the SMU Ledge Council Board of Directors and McGill Senate, since Chip and I cover all of them. But,
thank you very much, Senator Parsons. Councillor Collins.
I'm wondering if the dais and SMU staff have any words of wisdom for us going into like our futures, and also I'm wondering how they got to be so amazing. That's all.
Okay, parliamentarian, I have to think on that. Parliamentarian, you can go first.
You're putting me in a hard place. But I don't know. I think just being in an environment where one's surrounded by very talented, very diverse, and very capable people, it certainly helps in helping us do our jobs.
Okay, thank you for the compliment, Councillor Collins. I'm going to get slightly sappy here. I think you have to just honestly get out of your comfort zone. Applying for SMU 2 years ago was something completely out of my comfort zone. Going to the SMU retreat 2 years ago, where I knew absolutely no one, was completely out of my comfort zone as someone with like severe anxiety first year. It was completely out of my comfort zone, and honestly, I met all of my best friends through SMU essentially. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Especially as I'm graduating, don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Get out of your comfort zone and just find ways to get involved if you haven't already, or find ways to get involved and meet people, because honestly, the people I've met at SMU are the best people I've met at McGill. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing none, we'll go into debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can indicate so at this time. Councillor Karosik.
I'd like to present a potentially friendly motion. Seeing as we don't have access to the emoji function, I'd like to add one single heart emoji to this somewhere.
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Karosik and Councillor Bonin. Senator Parsons and Councillor Smith, would you be amenable?
I already added 2. Is that hard?
Thank you very much. With that, Councillor Bonin.
I just would like to make sure everyone votes for this motion, because honestly, our dais has been incredible. And I know Zoom hasn't been an easy platform for any of us, but more so for you guys. So really kudos, and we're so lucky.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in debate? Senator Darianani.
I'd like to echo the sentiments of the motion to thank dais members as well as the entire council for a great year. If only we could all give a round of virtual applause to everyone.
Thank you very much, Senator Darianani. Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to echo the previously said statements. Thanks so much to the staff, the dais, and everyone for a fantastic year, and thanks for putting up with my many, many questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Juan and VP External.
Yeah, I'd like to make what I think is a friendly amendment to the motion, which is after express its, in keeping with SMU's public statements, it's wholehearted and unequivocal thanks.
Senator Parsons and Councillor Smith, I assume that's a minute. Thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in debate? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Is there desire to approve this by unanimous consent?
Yes.
Thank you very much. With it being approved, can I have a second? Can I have a motion to formally approve it?
So moved.
Thank you to everyone who motioned it. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, it will stand unanimously approved. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we will move on to adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn at this time?
Motion to adjourn at this time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none.
That was so appropriate.
Hearing none, we'll call our last legislative council to adjournment at 22:31. Thank you, everyone, for an amazing year.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
I hope to see you around.